Good evening and welcome to the professionals here on NDB Media. As you know, this is only our second episode. Right now, we are doing these episodes once a month for the time being, just to get them going once again. As you know, very simply, the professionals are the sports reporters West Coast version. So we spend quite a bit of time going over subject matter, and we really spend quite a bit of time on it. And we generally do 3 to 4 topics, but that's what we're going to be doing this evening, going for about 45 minutes, maybe about an hour or so. But more importantly, I wish to welcome my co-host tonight, Peter the Big Dog Gama. How are you, young man?
Hola, presidente, ¿cómo estás?
I'm doing real
El
well.
presidente.
Hey, it's okay. It's all good in the hood. For everyone watching, why don't you let us know who you are and where you hail from? We'd love to know, and we do appreciate your commentary. Put it in the chat room. We'll read it off. If you are watching this from one of our private or personal pages on Facebook, and you do leave a comment, chances are we won't be able to read it. So we ask you to comment on our NDB Media page, our Sports Talk with the Guys page, or our Twitch TV page, and that way we are able to engage with you.
Ooh, we're on Twitch too? Wow.
Actually, we've been on for almost a year now. It's been a bit. So again, I do want to welcome everyone. We had Sports Talk with the Guys.
I didn't know we were on Twitch. It's the first time I've been invited onto the show, so I wasn't familiar with it.
Twitch has been on Sports Talk with the Guys from day one.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been
for 10 years now?
No, when we started doing StreamYard.
Oh, you said Sports Talk with the Guys since day one.
Since we were doing StreamYard.
I'm being a little bitch today, so
I couldn't tell.
You're in too good of a mood. I gotta offset it.
Really? You think I'm in a good mood? Well,
yeah, you're being
God
cordial.
Bless you, big dog.
I'm
being cordial. I think I'm being cordial. But there's no reason to be argumentative. I did get quite a bit of bad news from quite a few people today. My thoughts, Big Dog doesn't know yet, but my thoughts are with Dream and his family. Dream has not really made anything public, but my brother, your silence has no place in our relationship. You need to realize that. But beyond that, I hope everything is getting better. I know you've had a few, but you're a strong man. Your wife is even stronger. There is light at the end of the tunnel. It's a scare, but I miss you. I'm grateful that you responded to me, but I am thinking about you. And Big Dog knows I'm not making this up. He is too, once he finds out. I'm not going to say it on air. It's just, we miss you, and we hope you're able to join us soon enough, Dream. But we do. We do miss you, and we hope you can get through what you're going through right now. So, yeah. So, anyway, Big Dog, we were going to hit 3 topics today. I believe Mr. Almighty will be joining us. We'll see. But, folks, we're going to go over 3 major topics today. Officiating and the NFL replay rules. As you know, this has been a big deal for me from day one, the replay stuff. We're going to talk about it since the Big Dog is here with us. He's going to give us a little bit of insight on the NBA replay and how you can do some of that stuff there. Also, what's important to me is the 4th referee at NBA games. So the NFL has one, but it's after the fact. But anyway, we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about officiating, what happened in the Dallas Cowboys game this weekend, about, being able to review a play. We're going to talk about Antonio Brown, as well as a lot of kids are not playing in the big bowl games, Big Dog. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, that sucks.
I really don't understand. Yeah, let's start off with that one. It was a major one, as you folks may know, in the Sugar Bowl. There was a very important, and I apologize, now I got to click on it. Oh, and of course, right now that I need to click on it, it's not going to work. What a shock. Control and click.
You're talking about the quarterback, correct?
Yes, and I do apologize. It's one of the articles that I had not prepped as much as I had for this program. Except I did today. So anyway, I'm going into it right now, folks. As you know, Ole Miss quarterback Matt Corral is carted off after suffering an injury during the first half of the Ole Miss Sugar Bowl loss to Baylor. Now, when Almighty posted this article on Sports Talk with the Guys, my first thing was I'm bummed by it. It's disappointing. This guy is going to be a very high draft pick if we go by the hype. He's incredibly talented, but the first thing that they got on him was, why did you play the game? Some of his peers over the years have ditched not the Pro Bowl games, but these bowl games, Big Dog, and I didn't really know it was that much. I was genuinely stunned by it. It's not one or two every year. It's 40 to 50. They ditch these games because they don't want to risk the chance of being drafted in the NFL. This quarterback, now it looks like he has a ankle injury, but I don't know if he's going to make the combine. That's a big deal that's going to be coming up. And we're still a little ways away from that, but this could set him back. Now, if he has talent, he's going to make it, Big O. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, keep going, because I thought he tore an ACL is what I thought it was, but I mean that's why keep talking and I'll pull up that article.
I have it as well, and I apologize. But this is I may be mistaken about it, but the deal is he was sacked with 2:13 left in the first quarter, and he walked up the field under his own power, but then was carted back to the locker room. Before coming out of the game, he was on crutches during the game, I believe, and so it was clear that he wasn't going to be coming back. ESPN reported in the second quarter that Corral was doubtful for the return, a fact that was seemingly confirmed when he returned to the sideline later in the quarter on crutches. Okay, so
yeah, the only thing I have is just saying that it's a leg injury.
Yes,
but so you're saying it was an ankle injury?
That's what I had read somewhere else a bit later. Okay. Yes, but I'm not knocking you, Big Dog. You just might be right on that one.
No, I
don't have
mean
the updates.
I read a lot of different articles over different players. So
there was a lot.
I could have gotten it wrong, but it just says, yeah, Matt Corral, top NFL prospect, suffers leg injury in Sugar Bowl loss. But as far as okay, what's your feel on the players missing these bowl games? And of course, you said Pro Bowl, but of course, Pro Bowl is the NFL. But I know
I was sarcastic about that. Yeah. Actually, they don't. They play the Pro Bowl. The only ones that don't play are, I believe, the players that are going to be in the Super Bowl the upcoming week, because they don't want to risk getting hurt in the Pro Bowl and then having to go to the Super Bowl. So anyway, be that as it may.
But in the Pro Bowl, also all of the big names usually skip it. Like if Tom Brady's not in the Super Bowl, he still won't play. It's not to him. It's a meaningless game. Aaron Rodgers doesn't play. You know, the guys that get most of the big top name quarterbacks or top name running backs, if they're not in the playoffs and they're actually already off, they still don't go because it's just not worth it for them. I think they went more big name players went when it was in Hawaii because it was like, hey, let's take the family. It was a family type vacation. But once they moved it to wherever it's at now, no one goes. And also when they moved it to the off week, everybody seemed to go to the Pro Bowl when it was after the Super Bowl.
I know that Big Dog has argued with me about this, but I said some years ago when they moved the Pro Bowl to the week of Super Bowl, it's celebration of Super Bowl week. In theory, it's great. You have the Pro Bowl right before the Super Bowl. But in actuality, it's no good. It doesn't work. It's a good idea, but it was just an idea. I humbly believe it should be after the Super Bowl where it was before, and it should be in Hawaii. But I don't think they can have it in Hawaii now due to the Aloha Bowl, but that's another issue for another day. But for us to be spending time on the Pro Bowl, I think we're wasting time compared to what is going on in college. Yeah. To answer your question, looking at it that way, Big Dog, I had some God-given talent, but I never had the professional talent. So I answer it as someone who always wanted to play the game. So my answer is very simple. I want to play the game. I don't know when my last game could be, and I'm not fixated on it. I am not going to take a day off thinking that there's an opportunity. I mean, this is a culmination of what I'm doing. It's the next step. So I, again, I
Now, are you giving that opinion as a already professional, or are you giving that opinion as a could be a professional very, very soon? Because there is a
I'm giving
difference.
I'm giving that position as someone who never really had the opportunity. So the latter one, not the former one. So
So you're the
um,
college player, and you're okay. You would play it anyways, knowing.
there
Yeah,
will never be another Rose Bowl opportunity for me. I'm a senior or junior, whatever. It's those are big games as well. They're not meaningless games. They're bragging rights. It's about winning, and they're now a lot of players are not risking that final game because for them it's meaningless.
yeah, because they grew up in a different time. They are, you know, even though they may not be whatever generation they are, we call them millennials. But right now, for those players, it's all about the money. That's all they care about. They don't care about winning a college championship. They don't care about winning a Super Bowl ring. All they care about is getting the 50, 60, 100 million, 140 million dollar guaranteed contract. That's all they care about. And I would say that that is about at least 80 to 85% of the players, maybe even more. That's all they're in for it for.
Big Doug, I believe you're generalizing, but guess what? I'm not arguing. I can't argue that, but you and I have been at this for a while. Actually, we've been doing this for a while as well. But I just don't I don't get it. And I want to give Jason Jackson, thank you, Jason, for the like. Jason, please leave some
What's up,
comments in
Jay?
there. Thank you,
Uh,
thank you, thank you.
come on to the show. We'll send you the link if you need it.
Send it to him now. We can talk about this.
Will you send it to him?
And oh, I'm sorry.
On his
Actually,
face,
you know,
on his face, on his or I'll send it to him right now. Let me. I gotta
the
copy it and
funny
stuff.
thing is, Big Dog, I don't think we're friends on Facebook.
Well,
We
you're
have
not
to
friends with.
keep,
Well, you don't have friends. You only have associates. Remember, or brothers.
as I said on Facebook. And speaking of, I want to bring the man of the hour on right now. Who, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this very quickly, both to Big Dog and Almighty. I was so tender, and I joked about it with Big Dog. I was so tenderly touched when I got a message from Almighty today saying, "Can I be on today's program?" I fell back on my chair. I'm like, do we need a permission slip for this? I thought this program was open to everyone. Almighty, all kidding aside, my brother, we missed you. We really have. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. I hope all is well with you. And thank you for joining us,
Well,
young man.
I missed you guys too, and the
Yeah.
same. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and whatever else is coming up this year.
Lad,
And
that it is. Lots
well,
coming up.
Merry
sometimes
Festivus.
I don't always get the links, so I just thought, well, I'll ask, and then he'll send me a link this time. So
And
Okay,
there it is.
I just sent it to Jay.
Tony. Thank you. And Tony Konopka. Dude, thank you. Appreciate
You
the
got a
love on that one.
haircut.
Who
I'm
did?
sorry. I just barely looked up and I'm like, oh, he got a haircut.
Yeah, he did.
yeah,
I
You
was
look
going to
good.
shave, so it would have been perfect. He got the haircut. I would have shaved, but I didn't shave. But it's all good.
Yeah.
Me
Almighty.
either. But I'm dark. You can't really see me.
Oh no, you're just because of the lights that you use in there. It's all good. Almighty. We
Yeah.
actually went to the third subject right now. We're talking about the kids ditching the holiday bowls and stuff like that. What are your feelings on that? And if you have an update on the quarterback that was hurt in the first quarter, I thought it was an ankle injury. Big Dog says possibly it was an ACL or something like that. Do you have anything on that?
all I know is he got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Leg
I mean,
injury. Yeah.
I didn't. I don't know. I mean, I
That's fine.
anyway. It just seemed like it was. It sounded like it was pretty serious. So I don't know, but I guess the question is about teams skipping bowl games.
Yeah, that's the article that set me off. about
I-
players skipping
I know.
games.
I next thing I know, it's like, oh my gosh, what did I do?
Roger's pissed.
I mean,
I
I was just. I mean, I'm not for it. I just, since he was hurt, it's like it could be used as an argument
Yeah,
to skip bowl games. That's all I meant was that. Yeah, they can say that, but I'm not for it because you're supposed to be part of a team, and if you spent the whole.
exactly.
I don't know what you guys have said before, but so
that
if I'm repeating
Exactly
things,
that.
if I'm
Yeah.
repeating stuff, I'm sorry.
Oh no, not at all. We just barely started on the subject, but I totally agree. I mean, it's a team game, and these guys are, like you said, skipping the last game of their career because they want to move on. And the reason is, oh well, I could get hurt. Well, you know what? You can get hurt in game one. You could have got hurt when you were a sophomore. You could have got hurt when you were a freshman.
Yep.
You
Yep.
could get hurt walking across the street. I mean, this is a team game, and especially if you're a top tier player on that team, your team needs you. Especially if you're in a bowl game, that means you guys were good enough to make it to a bowl.
Yeah.
Of the hundreds of colleges and universities that are out there, you're one of the few, 52 bowl games. You're one of the top 100 teams, let's say, in the NCAA.
Right.
And you're afraid you might get hurt. I'm sorry, then you shouldn't be playing football or basketball or baseball.
Well, everybody says getting hurt, but I think there are more factors involved, especially one where they're afraid they might have a bad game. They may lose, which will hurt them even worse than, getting injured. And there may be outside factors of friends or family who are counting on this guy for a payday. So I think there's more than just getting hurt factors going on here. I think there's a lot of pressure coming from a lot of areas in his life. And, I that's my opinion that, maybe the injury is the big part, but there could be other people people involved, who knows, that are greedy and thinking, I want him to go pro early so I can get my payday. And he's part of his posse. Like, LeBron James has his posse. But so I don't know what kind of pressure he's under. And you can even get sinister to say, well, maybe he got word from some team that says don't play because we want to draft you. We don't want you to get hurt. You can go sinister with it too. But I hope that's not the case. But I'm just saying there's more things going on than we realize, because as we all know, if you're not going to play, then you just let your team down, and you just can't. You spent the whole season with them. They counted on you, especially if you're the quarterback or the running back or whatever, and you help them get there. And then here comes the last game, and you just say, you know what? Screw you guys.
Just one quick question, because I'm not real big on college football at all. What is the McShay rank? Because I'm reading the guys that are skipping games.
Yeah.
And like say on this one guy, his name is Trey Adams, offensive tackle for Washington. His Kipper rank is number 10. His McShay rank is number 41.
Oh,
and then
McShay? That's got to be Todd McShay, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
and then
as soon as you said,
is the other one Mel Kiper?
Kiper. Kiper's the first one. He thinks he knows the draft, but he's always wrong.
Okay, and then there's the overall. And I don't know. I guess I'd probably be ESPN that does the overall, or one of those.
Yeah, but they all have their rankings, and Kiper is supposed to be this big guy, but every time he's always wrong when he tries to pick the next draft pick, and and sometimes they used to make fun of him, because they'd say, "What, they picked Baker Mayfield? I haven't heard of this guy," But because anyway, that's what they're just commentators for the draft day,
okay,
draft day, and
that's
what that means.
They seem to vary greatly, because like this other guy, his name is
I like McShay. I think he's closer.
Well, there's this one, tight end Hunter Bryant, also from Washington. His Kipper rank is 4th, but his McShay rank is unranked.
Ooh.
I mean, that to me is a big difference.
Yeah,
that is.
That's what we were talking about with Kiper.
Now,
But-
Almighty, I have to
No, you
ask you
don't.
straight out, and
Okay.
I guess you were in the same line with us. We grew up in a different era because Big Dog made an eloquent point earlier about these kids today.
Of course he did.
Yeah. There it is. There it is. Anyway, he talked about the kids today. They're in for the money, and that's it. When we grew up, it was about winning, and I shared
It was about this.
just short of ability. I'm like, this is it. Look, if I'm worried about getting hurt, guys, that's like the coward that dies 1,000 deaths. It's if you're afraid of something, it's gonna happen, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you're
But-
gonna get hurt. Yeah.
But here's the thing: if you skip a bowl game, you would never make the All Madden team.
Yeah.
Madden would remember that and say, "Nah, you're not tough. You're not tough enough." Boom.
And some of those old guys that are that have been in the NFL for literally decades, doing the drafting and such, they'll remember say, hey, this kid, he's not a team player. He's in for himself. That's not what we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, how long has this been going on? I can't remember how many years that people have been skipping. It started a while back with a player, and then now it's
been a while.
And now
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah,
not
it's
that bad
commonplace.
of a deep. Yeah, it's commonplace
commonplace
now.
Now,
Gentlemen, in an article that I attached, the other one, that was from the 2019 bowl season. There's like 40 guys on there.
yeah,
And it was a quick search, and it's unreal.
And there's guys.
it's from
Well,
2019.
well, then you also have guys coming out early, and they don't get drafted.
Yeah.
So these are gambles these players take when they come out early, and skipping a bowl game to me that's quitting. And I wouldn't want them on my team. I want someone that's going to go out there, fight like hell, and put everything on the line. And if you get hurt, well, then you get hurt. But you just can't be like Roger said. This is pussification.
Yeah. Now I have a question for you guys.
If I can't say that, I'm sorry, Roger. But
not at all. No, it's
I
just
agree
when
with
you
it.
said I was like, well, it was more like Brian Carvin.
Yeah,
Brian. That's all.
Now, okay,
but it's right. It's true. I'm sorry, Big Dog. I agree with it because I was reading your Tirade, going, "What the fuck?" I just wanted to post an article that all these people are going, "Okay,
dude." Let me tell you, we read them. Don't get me wrong, we read them, but that one said. I think I post. Let me see. I answered it like within seconds of you posting that one up. That one, I read it like, oh, hell no. Example.
And then there's another one, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I didn't want to piss Roger off. I just wanted to. But
I don't know if you.
But I don't. But in a way, I like it because then, okay, you responded to this one, and I just. But anyway, go ahead, Big Dog. I've already said why.
No, what I was going to ask is, okay, the guy skips the game. He's not injured. You as a coach or athletic director for the university, what repercussions are there?
I don't think there are any.
No, I'm saying, what would you do as a repercussion if your guy did like this guy? Well, I'm not saying this quarterback that got hurt, but let's say it was that quarterback. He decided, I'm not going to play because I might get hurt and it might hurt my chances in the draft. You as a head coach or athletic director, what repercussions do you give him?
There are none. The season's over.
That's it.
I
over.
would. I see.
I'm seriously.
Well, look, I know what you're trying to say, Big Dog, but once the game's over, the season's over. He's done. He's done with football.
He may not care.
The only thing you can do is make phone calls, bad mouthing him to other NFL coaches.
Yeah, I guess you could do that, but I wouldn't stoop to that. To me, I would actually do it on the college level, and I would keep him from walking. I would kick him off the team before he had a chance to graduate. I mean, just to show that that's what could be done. Because
I don't even know if it can be done. I mean, in this day and age, you try that, you get your butt sued. I mean, I'm sorry to say that.
I mean, but it would be no. I understand.
But there's no
I
more
understand.
team. I mean, the punishment would have to happen before the game while he's still on the team. We're like, okay, but what can you do? He's off the team. If he's not going to play, that means he's done with the team. And there's really, unless you send some players, some big 300-pounders to kick his ass, I mean, that's the only thing you're going to be able to do, or bust up his car like in
The
Fast
replacements
Times at Richmond High.
or the replacements,
Oh, that too.
No.
where
That
they
was
flip the
fun,
car,
but-
where they flip the car over
Yeah.
because he's a scab.
That was
Yep.
funny, but I know what he's talking about. Where the two kids took the car. Oh man,
But
that was funny.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I
I
know
don't
you want to get
know.
a payback, but I really don't think there
Yeah,
is.
I totally agree. I mean,
Unless you
their
knock the
hands are
book out of
tied.
his hand while I was walking down the hall. Be it like in high school. I gotcha. But yeah, I don't know. I wish, and you can't do a pay cut because they're not getting paid yet.
Yeah,
You can't find him. And
Oh, okay. Well,
Well,
that is a
well, now-
topic that will be
well, now-
coming up. Yes.
yeah. Maybe in the next couple of years they could, because if they're a star and they decide to skip, let's say the Sugar Bowl or the Rose Bowl because they don't want to get hurt or whatever, or the Gaylord Bowl, whatever bowl,
toilet bowl.
or if their face is being used as a likeness in the game, it's like, well, you quit on us, so you're no longer on the team, so you're not privy to any of those monies anymore. You did not
Yeah.
fulfill your
These are all
so-called
things that
contract with
yeah,
us.
I understand, and these are all things that are going
Oh
to
yeah, it's gonna be a woulda,
figure it
coulda,
out.
shoulda thing.
for
Yeah.
decades.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be a woulda, coulda, shoulda, dude. It may be happening because this is money for
Yeah,
the colleges,
yeah.
and if they paid you a scholarship and you fulfill, and oh, wait a minute, and you don't fulfill. Look, first of all, folks, it is a sad thing that he got hurt. He got hurt late in the first quarter.
Yeah.
It sucks, but people were piling on him for being stupid.
Yeah, the thing.
Because
Oh,
he
you
was
shouldn't
going to be
have
drafted
played. Yeah.
high. And I think it's clear that all three of us are on the same page by saying, no, it just happens. I believe if you think you're going to get hurt, dude, you're the coward that's going to die.
Yeah, you shouldn't be playing it if that's all you're thinking about. Is you're going to be getting hurt.
Yeah, you're in the wrong.
You know.
You're in the wrong game.
You
I mean,
definitely are.
I mean, I understand if you're coming back from like a knee injury or shoulder surgery, and maybe those first couple of hits, you're like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take that hit. But once you take that one, first, second hit, or tackle or whatever, and you're okay, you're like, oh, okay, I'm fine now.
It's
just
funny
like
you
all
say
of
that.
us. Just like all of us, when we sprained our ankles, or whatever, playing ball, you're afraid the first couple of times you go out there and actually put the pressure on it till you do it, then you're like, oh shit, I'm fine. Let's go ball out.
I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I always had fear of getting hit by a baseball, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I would deliberately throw my body out there to get hit. And once I got hit, I was like, oh, okay. Every year I did that. Because that first time you get hit, I mean, no one wants to get hit by line drive. And I've been hit by many, as evidenced. But, yes, Big Dog.
No. Just when you finish that, and I'll just tell you about something.
All I
saw
can
today.
say is that I'm scared of it, and I get that, but I would go out there to try because I'm a first baseman, man. I have to stop the ball. So, but go ahead, Big Dog, and then we're going to go on to the next subject.
There was
You
a
guys don't have
quick
to-
quick video when you said about being a pitcher. There was a quick video today that I saw. I was scrolling through, and it was of a 12-year-old kid throwing practice like in a pitching whatever machine or they were throwing the pitches.
Yeah.
101 miles an hour, 12 years old.
Oh, I think I saw that one.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, holy crap. And it was a strike. It wasn't like, Wild Thing in Major
Okay,
League.
remember, what's funny about Major League is why was he wild?
Yeah, he needed glasses.
Yeah, because the minute he got the glasses, and I loved it. What did the older pitcher say? Hey, look good. I had some of those when I was young myself.
Yeah.
I love that line by the older pitcher. That was funny. That's a great movie, folks. If you haven't seen it, what the hell are you doing? But I do want to say that we do have two other topics. Maybe we'll get to them. Maybe we won't. But I do want to thank, obviously, Almighty and Big Dog for joining me. This is the Professionals West Coast edition. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to move on I don't know if you guys want to get to Antonio Brown right away, or you want to talk about my beef. Well, let's do the officiating. We'll get this out of the way real quick.
Okay.
Um, During the Dallas game,
Yes.
Dallas Cowboys are crying because of the bad play calling, and we've seen over the last few years.
Oh,
We've
okay.
talked about it right here, guys. He says, "Do we even know what a pass is or a reception?" We've joked about it. The blogosphere has joked about it.
No,
We don't know what a reception is. So it's bad calling. The NFL hasn't done a good job of it either. But my big deal is everyone says they want to get it right, but the replay system that they have in place is not working. You know my feelings. There should be no replay system at all. But what happened in the Dallas Cowboy game was, I believe, a clear failure of the officiating, and not only the officiating, but the NFL. It was a play later in the
you're
game.
saying what we had here was a failure to communicate.
Actually, good job. I don't know why, but I was thinking that too. But I don't know why. That was funny. So the play was, it was a clear misinterpretation of the play. He fumbled the ball, if I remember played correctly, but it wasn't called. And because the Cowboys were out of timeouts, they couldn't do whatever. So
yeah, they were out of time. They were out of timeout, so they couldn't call for the review.
Well, it
the
wouldn't
video
have mattered.
review.
It was inside 2 minutes. And
No, it was outside of 2 minutes. It was 2
outside
minutes.
2 minutes.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
it was outside.
It was 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
No, I thought
I remember the play.
My bad. I
No,
thought
you're
it was
good, man.
No, you're good.
Well, I thought it was also inside, so they couldn't do. Okay. All right.
My contention is,
the thing is, New York should have wanted to review it. I mean,
But-
New York can call
but-
a
but
thing
like-
anytime.
Yeah, but like Scorekeeper has said, if you're going to do that, then are you going to be reviewing plays? With 13 minutes and 45 seconds left?
well,
in the first
apparently
quarter?
they do.
No.
Apparently they do. How
They-
many
the-
games
the-
have we saw where they're like, "Oh, hurry up and hike it," so you get the next play in?
Yeah, that's
The NFL
that's
New
so
York-
the other team doesn't throw the flag to review
Well,
it.
that's true, but
No,
New York
no,
has, but New York has the power now to stop play and review a play. I think it's new this year. I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, and I could be wrong. I thought it was. I thought it was in the last 2 minutes only.
It was, but now it's been expanded because I've seen it happen where all of a sudden New York calls in and says, "Guess what? We want to look at it again."
Okay,
I
that
believe
I'm not.
so. I could be wrong.
No, you're good, man. I understand that for years now, every play is reviewed as the game is going on. But the sports announcers, the sportscasters have been talking about it. Said, "Hey, dude, they're getting this play off fast before they can review it, and they have to review it before the play
Yep.
is run." And I know there have been times like, "Oh, dude, we got a call. Hurry up and go." I mean, hell, we did that in baseball. You got a good call, screw it, let's play. Get it out of the way.
And so, exactly. I mean, they're trying to get the playoff before the coach watches it on the big screen and throws his flag. And sometimes they do, and most of the time they don't. They get up to the line, and then all of a sudden they call timeout and review it. But
to answer your question, Big Dog, you made a statement earlier that they hurry the play before the coach can do it. As I understand it, the ref is looking at the coach on every call for a certain amount of time, and he has within that window to call the flag. And if he doesn't, everything just progresses. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I understand that's the way it works right now. But what I'm talking about is the review in game. If you can get that play before they review it, you're good. You're golden. So I'm like,
Right.
okay, that's fine. What about New York, who's watching the play? Folks, you talk about wanting to get these calls right, yet the officiating is missing significant calls. And I cannot believe I'm going to bat for Dallas. But I believe the replay system should not be there. They don't get it right anyway. Come on, guys. How many calls have we seen that we can see it on the video? We can see it on TV. And then we see the call just absolutely being butchered. I mean, what the hell are they looking at?
I don't know. The refs make the call, and then I see.
I'm sorry.
But look, these bad calls happen. I mean, every team can
Yes.
and fans can tell these stories. I mean, last week the refs missed pass interference on Cleveland, which could have won
Oh
them the game.
yes.
I mean, I with Cleveland I could go spend all night going, well, they fucked that up and they did that. And every team can do it. But now you got everybody wanting to review these things. And plus, since gambling is popular now, they're complaining like hell too because they're going to lose money. So you've got a lot of stuff going on these plays.
It is out of control. And folks, by the way, just a little bit of trivia. Today is the game back in 1993 where the Buffalo Bills pull off one of the greatest comebacks in NFL history. I think you guys know which one I'm talking about. Frank Wright leads the Buffalo Bills to a 41-38 victory over the Houston Oilers. I saw that game. It's unbelievable. One of the greatest comebacks of all time. They were down 35-3 at one point. Unbelievably.
Yeah, and
you're never out of it, man.
It was it was like you thought the game's over. Next thing you know, what happened? Yeah.
That was something. But that's a cover. I just wanted to point that one out right now.
That's
Look,
fine.
Big Dog.
Yep.
Are you for or against the instant replay? And folks, you know this. Scorekeepers is it's what's the point? If they're still butchering the calls, and I'm talking about New York, I'm not talking about the officiating. Almighty, I'm with you on this. It's part of the game. You just do it. How is it that the game is won or lost on one bad call? Cut it out. Cut it out. What the hell were you doing for the other 59 minutes? Okay.
Yeah. Or what were you doing for the rest of the 59 minutes?
So yeah, that's right. What were you doing after that? Yeah, very good. Big Dog, are you for or against instant replay? I am not. It's a waste of time.
I mean, I like it the old way where you didn't have replay, where everything's just a bang bang play, and because everybody's human, you're going to get it wrong, you're going to get it right, and that's just the way it goes. But since it's here, there's no taking it back anymore. I mean, it's here to stay. There is no taking it back.
Oh no, they're not going to let that. And plus, you got to understand, Dallas is also complaining that the refs were against them.
Yeah, Dallas.
Yeah, and this game and the
Dallas
one before, they've
Yeah.
had some bad calls. Well, they are Big Dog, and I said, my God, I'm actually defending Dallas. But there have been, in my humble opinion, there have been some significant bad calls, dude.
But refs have, but look at when the refs used to favor Tom Brady, or still favor Tom Brady, giving him all these things that I mean, refs sometimes get their favorite player, and and they try to protect him as much as possible, or do things. I don't mind them huddling and discussing a play. I just don't want them going on, to the review board. I think discussing it's okay, but yeah, you're not going to go back. I mean, it's too late, and so I don't know. It's here. They review everything now except bad plays.
Okay, the NFL has gone on record twice in the last 2 years to admit, yeah, you know what, we got it wrong. So what are you going to do about it?
So
I do believe that they need to fix what's going on right now, because I point to that play. It was so obvious. Why do we have instant replay? To get it right, okay? Under the rules, you get a challenge. You lose a challenge, you lose it for the quarter. If you win it, you get another one. Okay, fine. Those are the rules. Otherwise, they'd be challenging every play. No, you don't have to challenge every play if you are reviewing it every play. But New York doesn't do that, because then you would get calls that were not called. How is the NFL going to handle that? My gripe is instant replay, as we know it, is broken. They say they want to get it right, but it doesn't work. And I'm pointing that play in Dallas. It was so effing obvious.
It was so obvious after you saw it with the video replay. It wasn't obvious to the naked eye. And that play was not reviewable, as he said, because they didn't have the timeouts.
Okay,
so,
there it is. It's okay. But Big Dog, I'm not arguing the refs. It's part of it. I admire what the refs do. I mean, look, I think in every sport.
In every sport, the refs have it. It's the hardest thing to do is to be a referee, umpire,
And
You
it's
know?
amazing how many they get right, and we never see shit over that.
Yeah, their
Figure me out.
percentages,
No,
their
okay,
percentage
that's-
across the board
that's
in baseball,
true.
basketball, football, even hockey are,
Yes.
probably in the 75 to 80 percentile. That
Okay,
they're
there
getting it
are
correct.
the Angel Morenos of the world.
Yes,
Sorry,
yeah.
umpire, who just sucks. But anyway,
Oh, geez.
anyway,
Them again?
that guy. I know. Sorry, that guy's worthless.
No,
but-
I remember
But at the
the
same,
reference.
but for every
Yeah.
that one of those, and here's going the name way back in the day. For every one of that umpires, there's the Earl Stroms of the world. I haven't done that in a while. Now Earl Strom was probably one of the best referees ever in the NBA.
That's really good. And it's interesting how refs actually had color and flavor years before. They just don't let them do that anymore because the refs are not bigger than the game. But okay, fine. All right.
Some of the replays, they're mostly. I think they get most of the replays right, because usually the announcers or the state TV station has their own retired ref that they contact, and he usually gives his opinion, and usually they match. I mean, there used to be a time where you would watch the replay and say, okay, it's holding, but then instant replay would correct, say there was no holding. And you think, what? It was a joke, because they would always come back with something else. But still, it's just like, I know people want to get rid of this human error stuff, but that's just part of the game, and it gives people something to talk about on Monday.
Exactly. Anyways, because you were about to say something, Scorekeeper, we kind of veered off of it when I said that it wasn't a reviewable play because they had no more timeouts, and you were going to say,
well, as a matter of fact, that was my contention because of earlier calls that they had to take timeouts for. They were actually deprived. It was kind of like, for the Cowboys, surprisingly, I can't believe I'm going to their defense. It was a progression of officiating errors that got them there. So I'm sympathetic to them on this one. So when the call is that bad so late in the game, what was New York doing? What was the officiating that's reviewing every play? It's like, oh my God, you guys talk about getting it right, and yet you're not. I believe, again, I'm against it. I'm not an idiot. Actually, I am. I know it's going to stay. But in my humble opinion, it still needs to be fixed. And
definitely.
The day officiating, as well as New York, has to be. I don't know, Big Dog. You said definitely. Almighty.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
What
I was going to say was, the way you say every single play is looked at.
Allegedly.
Up in New York, you can't hold a game up for every single play though. Otherwise, the game's going to be 6 hours long. So until someone says, what I really don't agree with is New York calling down and say, hey, you guys missed that. Take away that touchdown. Take away that first down. Take away, whatever. No, if the coach or the refs that are playing on the field say, hey, New York, we need your help, then have New York step in. But for New York to call in and say, hey, you guys missed it, no, screw that. Because then why even have referees on the field? If New York's going to say, oh, no, you guys missed it, or oh, you guys got it wrong. It wasn't a catch, even though you said it was. We're overriding you.
I want to go to Almighty, but Big Dog, I want to clarify one thing. When, as I understand it, there's another ref reviewing every play at the game. It's a little different. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Either way, okay, fine. Even if he's up in the booth in a sky booth somewhere, looking at everything. Still, if the people on the ground aren't asking for it to be looked at, then he needs to keep his mouth shut. Later on, you're taking that's all I was going to ask both of you guys. Should they then go to like the NBA that's got the 2-minute report? Where every single thing that's done in the last 2 minutes, there's a report given out every single game of every fuck up that the referees did. And also everything they did get right. Saying, they called it, yes, it was correct. Oh, they should have called this. It wasn't a charge. It was a block. It was a block, not a charge. The 2-minute report, in fact, it used to be a 5-minute report, but they cut it down to 2 because there were just so much things that were going wrong.
And
so
in the last 5 minutes,
maybe they should reveal the transcripts of the number 4 ref up in the thing to see how many they actually got wrong.
All right, fair enough. So you really don't see very much of a change if I get you on that. Almighty.
Yeah, the only change I would say is I don't want New York or the upper booth calling down say, hey, you missed it. No.
Okay, fair enough.
If they didn't call it and the coaches don't ask for it, then so be it.
Almighty.
They don't need to review every touchdown, especially one that is
obvious.
Oh, yeah. Right now they are. Every scoring play they review.
Well, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying they don't have to review if the guy runs straight into the end zone and he's not even touched. Like, oh, did he score? Duh.
Okay. In respect to my brother and a man I respect and admire a great deal, Senor Cuervo, I have always been at odds with him over this thing. It's the plane of the touchdown.
Okay.
If you just break that plane, that's a touchdown. Like, oh, hell no.
I agree.
Okay.
The same thing with the same
there
thing
was
with
a touchdown this weekend where the guy was clearly out of bounds and the ball may have flown over the pylon, and that was called a touchdown.
But was he may have been out of bounds, but had he touched the ground yet? He may have been. He dove.
No, he was in the air.
Okay, then he hasn't touched the ground yet.
Well, but the ball broke the plane.
Exactly.
And it scored a touchdown.
And it should be because he has yet to touch the ground. You said he jumped in the air, so that means his feet have not touched out of bounds yet.
Folks, here's the thing. Look at it from my angle. Here's the other opposing. Oh, yeah. The other opposing touchdown. And then here is opposing. The guy's literally flying, looking at it from view. He's flying out. His left arm is out here. He's exiting the field.
But the arm is
passes the pylon.
But the arm
he ends up out of bounds, and that's a touchdown.
Yes, it is because the arm and the ball were in bounds. The ball and the arm had not gone out of bounds yet.
Look, the NFL, according to the NFL, that end zone goes around the world.
Yeah,
yeah, it does.
That imaginary line goes all the way up to the moon.
Yeah,
but that's been happening for years where they
that's why I said I'm against Cuervo on that. You should have to step in.
Okay,
so you're saying your body should still be in bounds when you cross that plane.
I just think that you should put a foot in the end zone. Okay. This whole thing of skydiving by and still getting a touchdown, curve me up.
But it's a fan favorite.
So on that question, when you're trying to get that first down, and the ball breaks the plane of the chain where it went just past the chain, do you give it to him or not? Because it's the same thing on a touchdown as it would be on the 10-yard chain. If the very tip of the football,
Doug, I get that,
but I'm saying in your opinion,
actually no, because let me tell you this. Where they mark the ball and then they measure, I'm actually good with that because that's in the field of play. So
is a touchdown. The ball crossed the plane.
Yes, I get it. Like I said.
So in other words, we've seen it many times where the guy literally is reaching. They're trying to hold him down, and all he's trying to do is get the ball in the end zone before his knees touch the ground. He hasn't gone in. His body's not in there, but the ball is. Same thing. The same thing.
Almighty?
I'm confused.
Yeah. Let's talk with the guys, the professionals. So it's all good. This is where we at.
I understand what they're doing, and because they just even if they just knock over the pylon and the ball and they land out, it's just been that way. I don't know when it started.
It has, yes.
I don't know when it started, but I don't, because they don't try to do that.
I'll tell you what.
Go down the field, you don't see someone fly over the orange pylon for the first down marker. They just slide into it. So I bet you anything. Whenever the first person it was someone with the Roger Noriega mentality that says the rules say as long as the ball gets over the plane, that's what counts. It doesn't matter what I did. It matters what the ball did. Yes or no. And the referee's like, shit.
Shit, goddamn Rogers, shit.
The professionals West Coast. I actually am against something, and Big Dog actually blew me some love on. It's just a comment, folks. It's just always
Yeah,
irked me.
no, I know.
It's just, ugh. But anyway.
It's
I
someone
don't-
that read the rule book.
But
that the
look
first
at the
person.
same thing. If you catch the ball by the 10-yard marker and you're in the air and you land out of bounds, you're out of bounds. I mean, it doesn't count because
Now-
your 2 feet did not stay
I
in
forget
bounds.
how did it used to work then? Like say 10, 15 years ago. I'm trying to remember on that. Was it you could get at least 1 foot down
Where?
back in the day? Like
in
say
college, it's
in the
always
end zone?
been 1
no,
foot.
no, like in the 80s, like you said,
Oh, it's
getting,
always been 2 feet.
It's
it's
always
always
been-
been 2 feet in. Okay,
Yeah.
1
as
foot
far
is the
back as I can
college
remember.
people. But yeah, it's always been 2 feet. I mean, at least for decades. And they
thank you,
and-
Tony.
No, it's great. And Tony, I appreciate that, man. No, it's just always been my one quirk with the NFL
Yeah,
on
no,
that.
I get it.
And I've been harping about this forever. And I was just getting a little bit of love to Cuervo, one of our friends of the program who's been on with us numerous times in the past. So it's all good.
Just
Tony, thank you.
Just a quick update. It's halftime. Steelers 10, Browns 0.
Ooh, I
Yeah.
really felt Roethlisberger was going to deliver in his last game, but it's
Yeah,
only
well,
early. It's still early.
I'm not surprised the way they started off. The Browns started off with that game. I don't think Baker's 100%, and they should just let Kasem play, and they probably win. But Baker Mayfield is playing tough guy it's too much now. I mean, anyway. We're not going to talk about that.
No, you're okay, but
But,
maybe we can. in a moment.
I would start crying, so I don't want to do that.
I do want to get to our final topic, and that is, of course, what happened on Sunday's game on the blow up.
What
which I provided
happened?
my compatriots quite a bit of information. It was really interesting when Almighty sent me a message saying, "Hey, can I be in the program?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And he said, "Okay, what are we talking about?" Oh, okay, hold on a minute. Can you give me a few minutes? And I went over to the topic. I got all three for tonight, and then I said, "I just emailed you them, so we're gonna talk about this."
Yeah,
And put the three items.
I just wanted to be a little bit, I didn't want to
And
be
then
caught
I
off.
flooded you with information, man.
Well, I had
Big Dog and I
information on
talked
those.
about this.
Well, yeah, I didn't have the ref stuff, but I had the others. I posted the football player anyway, a college player. So I mean, I knew some stuff about that, and I've been following the Brown thing ever since he ran around half naked on the football field. So
Okay, but folks, get a load of this. All kidding aside, when I sent my notes to everyone associated with the program, officiating and NFL play rules, 3 lines. Holiday bowls, 6 lines. Okay, and 4 of them are hyperlink lines. Okay, Antonio Brown, 3 pages of notes of what is going on. We're getting a little bit more detail of what happened, but basically Antonio Brown did not like what was being done, and he got mad during the game. Now, my co-host can clarify with me, but the whole issue is what is going on with Antonio Brown. A lot of people forget what has happened with Antonio Brown over the years. I mentioned to Big Dog. Okay, Almighty has not. The one that I had really forgotten about the most was when he tried to hurdle over the player and he kicked him in the face. That was one. That one really. I'd forgotten about that one.
I had remembered that, and I remembered even when we
The
talked
league
about it
fined him.
way back then.
I did. I forgot about it too.
Well, the thing was, I after you talked about it, and then I when I read about it, I remembered, because to me it was not as bad as what people were making it out to be, that it was on purpose. He was trying to leap over the guy,
Yeah.
and it just so happened that the guy didn't duck, and he got hit in the face. But I mean, people were making it out like he did it on purpose, and it was a malicious hit, not a hit, but it was a malicious thing done to him. And to me, he was just trying to get extra yards. I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy that got kicked in the face didn't hold a grudge against him. He figured, hey, props to you for trying to jump over me. It just you didn't put your leg up high enough.
It was the Cleveland Browns punter, Spencer Lanning. And he got kicked in the face mask, garnering significant media attention, just like Big Dog says. Now, the NFL did fine him $8,200.
Yep.
But that was another thing. And
that's
almighty.
That's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. And this was back in 2012. So
13.
I believe so. The season opener. Thank you. In 2012, he got hit for the unsportsmanlike conduct when he ran backwards the final 20 yards.
And that's
On
stupid.
a
I mean,
punt return touchdown. Well, it's no accident he got hurt the very next game. So a lot of people blamed that. But anyway, it is very stupid.
and got fined $10,000 for that.
Yes, he got fined $10,000 for unsportsmanlike conduct. Now, the one that I remember the most, and I don't know if you were on with us at the time, Almighty, was the helmets. The NFL was switching to allegedly the safer helmets or the newer helmets. And they had an entire year, right, to make the transition. And he refused.
And this was in 2019, so this was just 2 years ago.
And I know we spent a lot of time talking about that because he was the holdout, basically.
Yeah, it was on August 9th he filed the grievance. And of course, lost.
Because he didn't like the new ones. And he was...
Yeah.
But this is a pattern that's been going on his whole 11-year career.
Yeah.
Every team he's been with, 4? He has been in trouble or booted off. I mean, Pittsburgh, the Raiders, and then New England, and now Tampa.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Raiders, I think he played one game.
No, that was no.
Yeah, he played one. Then he played one game, and then the accusations came out of sexual assault.
Well,
very good, Almighty.
I thought that was with the Patriots.
It was with the Patriots. I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah, the Patriots.
Even better, that's right.
He was
I don't think he even played.
No, he played one day.
Didn't he make that video with the Raiders?
With the Raiders, yes. With the Raiders was
he
the
made
video.
that video, and they kicked him off the team. That's what he wanted, but he made that video. That was
right in the locker room,
right?
Which is against the rules. You can't do that.
Yeah, and that was because
and then he went to New England.
Yeah, Facebook paid him something like
200 and some thousand. It was a lot.
Yeah, to do that, and and evidently a couple of players had told him don't do it, and he did it anyways, and that's when they let him go.
So, folks, just think about this. Just in the last year alone, on April 28, 2021, he agreed to the 1-year deal to return to the Buccaneers despite off-season surgery. Brown passed the physical, etc., and then he got placed on the reserve COVID-19 list. He missed week 3 against the Los Angeles Rams because he was still on the list. And then he was suspended for 3 games for the NFL for violating the league's protocols by misrepresenting his vaccination status.
The fake call. The fake call.
Yeah, that was in April of 2021. And then he returned from his suspension in week 16 against the Carolina Panthers, where he caught 10 passes, but okay. Then, during the third quarter, the Buccaneers' 28-24 win over the Jets. Brown took his jersey, shoulder pads, glove, and shirt off and ran off the field into the locker room. Buccaneers head coach Bruce Arians said at a post-game press conference that Brown is no longer a Buck. Arians spoke to Fox Sports' Jay Glazer after the game, explaining he tried to get Brown to go into the game and Brown refused.
Yeah.
When asked if he saw Brown take his jersey off, Arians said he did, and he had never seen anything like it in all his years. Tom Brady in the same press conference stated, "We all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best. Unfortunately, it won't be with our team."
Arians told him twice to go in. I'm not sure if he said that or not. Arians told him twice.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so he told him to go in. He said no, and I guess they waited a couple more minutes, and Arians went back and said, "I need you to go in." He said no. And of course, that whole thing happened. Afterwards, Brown made a statement saying the reason why he didn't go in is because he had an ankle injury. But if you, of course, watch the video of him, he's running around, jumping, hopping.
Yeah, I read that too.
He had no ankle injury.
And then he went out. He left the stadium. Ran into a cop because he wanted to get to the airport, even though he had no ID. You're not going to get on a plane without an ID, and half naked. And then he said something about a migraine. So
yeah.
Uh-oh.
And also, just to let
7
you guys
o'clock.
know, he is at the Grizzlies Nets game. He's courtside
Oh, is
Okay.
he?
right now.
Guys, knowing what he's done, and everyone, I don't want to bore everyone with this, but help me out on this. On the post game channels, is it Fox, NBC, or CBS that has Michael Strahan on there? Do you guys remember?
I think that's CBS, isn't it?
CBS.
Oh,
I believe.
CBS. Okay.
I think.
When they went to see, well,
Yeah.
however,
Yeah.
forget.
No, isn't it?
No, it's actually Fox. It is how Fox.
Yeah, because I guess him and I kinda
Terry
remember now.
Brad. I think he was on with Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
think
yeah.
it's
then
Fox.
it's
Yeah.
Fox. Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Yeah,
and-
Terry Bradshaw popped into my mind too. Like, oh wait a minute, that's Fox.
Yeah, folks,
Anyway.
and sorry, it's just us getting old and not being clear. But Michael Strahan, they went to him to comment, and Michael Strahan played it this way. He says, "Look, he's not in a good place. We don't know what is going on with him, and he's a family man. People depend on him. We have to hope for the best." And then earlier today, I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, "Dude, he has." What is that syndrome that we don't know about until they're dead?
CTE. I was just going to bring that up. Jason, in fact, and I was hoping Jason would actually come on. He sent me a link, and it was to a YouTube video, and it talks about it was Antonio Brown in 2016 took a helmet-to-helmet hit from Burfict, a linebacker. Vontez Burfict of the Browns, I believe. It was the first game of the season, and he took a helmet-to-helmet hit that knocked him out, and he was under concussion protocols, I believe, for 2 weeks. And the video on YouTube goes on to explain his demeanor took about a year or two to start changing, and they talked about CTE that usually takes at least a few years to develop. And they showed interviews of him before the hit and interviews of him afterwards. And his demeanor does change. He's very polite, very well spoken, very the perfect interview type of guy. And then they show him afterwards, and he's saying himself. They show parts of an interview, I guess later on the following year, talking about the hit. And how he says that he has memory loss, he gets migraines, and of course, a couple of years later, his demeanor changes, and then of course, all the other crazy stuff that he's been doing, and then what was it last year? Those or with the Patriots, the sexual assault charges from the previous year or so.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're not saying this is what's wrong with them, because of course, no one knows till they can look at the brain, the inside of the brain. But they're saying that he exhibits the classic symptoms of CTE. Now, I'm not using that, saying this as an excuse, but it brought a new light to it, where you're like, well, okay, hey, wait a minute. Maybe.
Big Dog, fair enough.
Yes.
Almighty. When you saw the video, when you saw it happen, what was the first thought that crossed your mind when he had that meltdown on field? I'll tell you what I thought. Okay. Go ahead, Almighty. What was your first thought?
I just thought, well, it's crazy, but it's Antonio Brown.
Exactly. That's exactly what I thought too.
But I don't know. I mean, you got to understand, he did this when they were still losing to the Jets. So I don't know if that aggravated him too, because they were losing to this terrible team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay, they are a terrible team, but they were losing, and maybe that pushed him over the edge too, thinking, what are we doing here? Why are we behind the Jets? We should be clinching the division today, or whatever, getting a playoff spot.
Yeah.
I don't know and maybe he just lost his cool, and even without him, they still were able to come back and beat the Jets, which is not surprising.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Tom Brady said it right when he said, we got to get him help.
Yeah.
Because there's some, even if, I was thinking he's been crying for help ever since he got to Pittsburgh, doing something. And it seemed like he's been doing this stuff. And it seems like, but Tom Brady's the only one that seems to be, that helped him when he got to Tampa, let him stay in his house and all this stuff. And something just sets him off. I'm afraid. I think he does need help. But I know that when
Yeah,
you were talking
I-
about Michael Strahan and Terry Bradshaw said he should be put in a straitjacket and taken to the hospital for
I
analysis.
missed that.
Yeah, he
Oh.
it was kind of a joke, but then again, it's kind of serious. Well, maybe he does need to be put in a straitjacket and get
Yeah.
some analysis done because of the way he's acting. Because I mean, Terry Bradshaw got some backlash from, and I think Michael Strahan did too. But that's what
Yeah,
Terry
I kind of heard
Bradshaw
something.
said.
Yeah.
And you've got to remember, him walking out is going to cost him $1 million in performance bonuses.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Yeah, he had like 3 performance bonuses. That okay. There's no guarantee in life, but
He
he
was
was damn close.
he was close. And
I
each-
think
and
he
each-
would have reached them.
And yeah, the thing is that each bonus paid him three.
Something like that. Yeah, it was.
I mean,
like,
it was like $1 short of $1 million. So I don't know why they couldn't make 134, but
Well,
and
they probably did, or they probably gave him the dollar right then and there.
yeah,
and he lost playoff money conceivably because I think they did qualify. But I have to tell you that when I saw it, look, scorekeeper.
well, didn't they clinch?
Yeah, that's right. They're in the playoffs.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
they're in the playoffs.
Conceivably, he lost playoff money too. But
Yeah, he's losing playoff money plus game checks for next
Yeah.
week's game.
Next week's game, and then of course any Super Bowl money if they make it all the way. I mean, Tom Brady's there, so there's a good chance
But-
they're going to try for the repeat.
But this outburst is costing him a
Yeah.
lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope that he can get the help before something bad really happens to the man.
yeah.
I'm glad I didn't shoot as a younger kid, and I use that carefully. Seeing Antonio Brown do what he did, knowing his history, scorekeeper of old would have said worthless, troublemaker, gets what he deserves. I have to tell you that I was silent. Number one, just because I'm older, and I didn't know everything that had happened. I just remembered him as the helmet guy, troublemaker. But scorekeeper of old would have jumped on the bandwagon saying, loser, you get what you deserve, get out of here.
See, and that's what I was thinking also, even up to this morning when you called me, about sending the notes and stuff. And I was like, okay. And I remember then, I saw what happened with him. And I was just like, almighty. I was, it's Antonio Brown. He just went off against something,
But you guys were almost smiling when you said it. You're like, well, it's him. It's Antonio Brown.
someone pissed
I know,
in his cornflakes.
It wasn't
and-
mean. My response would have been.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of it, but it's just the image of a naked man, half naked man running across the field during a football game. I mean, it's like a streaker.
Yeah,
and it runs out of the stands, but this one ran out of the line, whatever. And that's the only thing I think is funny is that he's undressed, running around and all this stuff. But
but that's a rule breaker, and scorekeeper says justice must be meted.
Yeah, but
that's the old scorekeeper. Look, Big Dog's like, yeah, that's scorekeeper of old.
But
rule violator,
and he's still trying to make the settlements with the one of the women that he sexually assaulted. They're still working on a settlement. So I mean, it's just a civil case. She didn't press charges, so she just filed a civil case, and they're trying to get that all sorted out.
What was really sad, I kind of thought, I guess that's why it kind of hit for me being older now. When I saw a lot of the post-game analysis, almost everyone was like, he's done. That's it. This is it. I don't think anyone else is going to give him another shot. And a lot of it was based on what happened.
I don't know.
What a difference a day makes, folks. I wasn't thinking about the head-to-head helmet. And guys, Big Dog,
I forgot about it.
Yeah, and eloquently pointed out that Jason, thank you, Jason, on that video. You can see the difference in him.
Yeah.
Playing football, how many head-to-heads do you get? And it's nothing. But you still get hit. But you're fine. But it's like waves on a beach. It still leaves its mark the more and more it goes in. And if this is a situation that Scorekeeper was like, screw him.
It's weird too because
But
the physiology of every person is different. Because how many guys have we seen from the 70s and 80s? Howie Long and Strahan and all these guys that they took every week, head to head, and they're fine.
Okay,
But-
well,
but-
well, hold on a minute.
I mean that they're not exhibiting anything like Brett Favre is. Brett Favre didn't take as many hits as Howie Long and Strahan and those type of guys.
Well, yeah, you're
and
right.
Brett Favre is having problems.
Yeah, you're right, Big Dog. But
I think
everybody's different, and
yeah.
but because plus you're talking about people that were on the defense, and that's every play you're trying to get through that line, and you're hitting somebody in the head.
Yeah,
folks, there's also pride. Look, the only reason why I opened up this last year of all my issues, number one, I really was concerned. I was really scared what was going on, but I really got tired of people telling me, "Shut up." I mean, you keep everything, you internalize it. So I was like, okay, fine, all right. If something was going on, I let everyone know.
Then you open the floodgates.
Okay, I learned the hard way, but now everyone was calling me a crybaby, and I'm like, "Oh, you stupid dumb bastards!"
We didn't need to hear that you had too much toe jam. That was a little much.
Okay, whatever. But look,
I wanted to get a laugh.
Yeah, and trust me. Even though I didn't laugh, I laughed in here.
Yeah, so hey, Roger, how's your arm, your shoulder, your right shoulder? I thought you might have heard it yesterday. Patting yourself on the back for being 8-0.
I was waiting for something. I'm like, shoulder, wait a minute. All right, I see where this is going to go.
And I'm all like, well, it doesn't.
Hey, Roger's thinking,
more.
Okay,
It's
my shoulder. Roger's like, my shoulder does hurt.
Well, I was going to say, what is my shoulder like, down here? Is it that obvious? Very good, Almighty, you little rat. Very good. Folks, all kidding aside, Big Dog knows that when it comes to picking games in the morning, we've joked about it. I suck when it comes to games, and I usually make it up. I wish, man, I could actually do well in the morning and see what happened. Well, my career, screw all of you, my career day happened. I had an incredible morning, and I went back to read the notes. I'm like, oh, I've never called you guys bums. I was talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. I hope these bums.
Oh yeah, I know that one. What's funny though is
people didn't seem to take it that way.
Well, they don't know how to read then. The funny thing is, every single, and of course,
we all did well.
And I'm trying to remember who, if anybody picked the Steelers for tonight's game. I think
everybody
did. Did you? Yes. Okay. So, that's right. It was a split. So we'll see who gets it. But pretty much everyone only has 2 or 3 losses,
which is
in the 15 games.
Well, yeah.
I only have 14 games because when I came back and we were talking with Matt about
we missed the game.
The Chiefs game. No, we talked about it, and I gave you Gig and Aisha and Roz their picks, and then you guys were saying, because you guys were picking on me about something, I forgot what it was.
What a shock!
And we were talking, and you were about to get my pick, and then Matt came in and said something, and then we got off on a tangent, and then you went, okay, next game, because I went to
shock. What a shock! A tangent.
So I went to listen to it. Because I probably would have picked the Chiefs.
How the hell can you go back and listen?
Because I have to make sure we all get our picks. I had to do it 3 different times because you skipped Tony on two things. You didn't write them down, and you skipped someone else also. So I had to go back 3 different times to listen to it.
Sorry, Tony.
Picks.
Sorry, Tony.
But I got them because I heard it. And I was like, okay, Tony picked this, and Tony picked that one. But
that's why, folks, I tell you, I need your help on it.
I probably would have picked the Chiefs, so you actually saved me a lot. So my percentage actually, once in the 15 games, I actually had a 91.3% because I only had 1 loss instead of 2 because of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay. But we didn't gain any ground on Sonia at all. You think you gained 1 game?
Yeah, I gained 1 because I went with the Raiders and she went with the other team.
Yeah,
and I think she went with the Steelers for tonight.
And then I picked.
And I went with the Steelers.
I picked mine up because I didn't take the Cowboys. I took the
Cardinals.
The Cardinals. I took the Cards on that one.
All right. Well, we'll go over that one in a moment, folks. I want to just finish off this thing for Antonio Brown, and then we can either finish up. You can watch the rest of Monday Night Football. Bad timing on my part, folks. I apologize. But we thank everyone. I see everyone who's watching the program. I'm eternally thankful. Let us know you're watching, folks. You know, give you some play on air. But as far as Antonio Brown, thank God I didn't overreact. And listening to everyone, the man has issues.
Yes.
He needs to be treated.
Yes.
And thank you, Tony. I needed that because they're ganging up on me, man. They are.
But the thing with Antonio Brown, though, is, we may all see that he needs help, or we all think that he needs help. If he doesn't think he needs help, he's not going to go for it. He's the type of guy that he's only going to accept help if he feels he needs help.
But
And
everyone's talking about it now, Big Dog.
I know.
I think the echo chamber has changed.
True, but of course it's the people that got his ear. What is his inner circle saying? If his inner circle are a bunch of yes men, then he's just going to go on and try to hook up with another team. He might have the Steve Howe syndrome where he always gets another chance.
Well, okay,
But,
that's almighty.
I forget what I was going to say. But
I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault. I thought I had something in my brain and then it just went away.
Oh, was that the cough?
Yeah, that was the coffee
I've
erased
done
it.
that.
The coffee erased it. But
wow.
well, the only one that might be able to help him is Tom Brady. Because I don't think Tom Brady's going to give up on him. I mean, because Tom Brady got mad when the Patriots released him, and then he talked the Bucs into bringing him in. So I mean, Tom Brady seems to be his bud. So hopefully Tom Brady might get a chance to talk to him and figure out what's going on. I mean, it just seems like Tom Brady may be his only friend.
Yeah, and I mean, it depends on how it is, because I'm not sure how his relationship with Big Ben is, because I know they were really tight until they had their little scuffle, and he talks about that in the interview on that YouTube thing. He talks about his blow up with Big Ben, how the Big Ben wouldn't take his calls for about 3 weeks. Now I don't know what happened years later, but at that time, this was maybe 2017 or so when him and Big Ben had it out.
And you know why, right? At least from his point of view and what the media said. One of the reasons why apparently he blew up and couldn't get along with Big Ben, it was because of the looks, the opportunities. In his opinion, he wasn't giving him enough.
Yeah, and that was later on. This blow up that I'm talking about happened years before, where it was in the middle of a season or something or other.
Well, there were numerous things with that.
Yeah, well, this was, he said that after he calmed down, he immediately realized he was wrong. And he said he texted Big Ben, and he kept calling him. He left voicemails begging Big Ben to take his call. He said he apologized numerous times, but Ben, también, terco, didn't want to take his call because he was pissed. So he said after about 2 weeks, then Ben gave him a call, and they ironed their thing out. So this was years before. So I think it was just one of those blow-ups that happened between players, and once everybody calms down, they realize, okay, if he's apologizing, I should give him another chance. But I know the end blow-ups before he got let go, that was the problem. I remember that he felt he should have got more touches, and he felt he wasn't being used correctly, and so on and so forth. I remember that.
Almighty?
What?
Anything else you'd like to add to that?
We're talking about, his head injury, but does that cause sexual assault?
Well, that's just it. I mean, I agree with you. I don't know.
Because he got accused of that, then he was let go by the Patriots, and that was a while ago, and he's still working on it with one of the women trying to settle this thing without going to court or civil court. And I guess that answers our question that you don't need to file charges to take someone to civil court, because we were talking about that with Deshaun Watson, remember?
Yeah.
Weeks ago about can they do that? But I guess you can do that. So that answers our question that we were talking about months and months ago. But anyway.
Let me see something.
Hi, Big Dog. Nice music.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to lower it. Sorry.
Sure. Hope I don't get a strike on it.
Well, no, it's part of that video.
So, but I guess I don't have any. I mean, I know it's going to cost some money, but I just hope that that people will talk to him and get him the help that he needs before it turns into something worse. Or he's going to be the guy pounding on the door in the middle of the night, trying to get into his stepdad's or his father-in-law's house, or worse.
Okay.
They shouldn't have kicked him off the team. They should have tried to get him help. I mean, they just
they could have put him on the PUP list, unable to perform.
Yeah, but Arians made that decision real quick.
Yeah,
he's no longer a Buck. But things need to cool down, and they have to really look at it that something's not right, and try to get this man help. And the NFL is so worried about their brand that they probably don't want to step in and do anything.
Yeah, they might have to do behind the scenes, but like Tom Brady in the offseason might have to step in and send him somewhere. But anyways, here are the symptoms of CTE, because this is what the video is saying. That's what I'm looking at. Sorry, it's not that I wasn't listening to you guys. I just wanted to find this one spot. So symptoms of CTE: difficulty in thinking, which is cognitive impairment, impulsive behavior, depression or apathy, short-term memory loss, difficulty planning and carrying out tasks, which is executive functions, emotional instability, substance misuse, and suicidal thoughts or behavior. And boy, he checks off the list on a lot of those.
Yes, he does. And okay, Lewis, thank you for that comment. Maybe he did think that.
What I didn't see it. What did he say?
He was relating them to, maybe he thought he was Khan from the Wrath of Khan. So, because Khan had the breastplate. Well, actually, he says it was his. But anyway, he does.
Yeah, he said he worked out for that, trying to get in the shape that he was when he was in the series.
Yeah, definitely.
But
look, folks, we are down to a few minutes, and I definitely want to thank my co-host, because this was what I've always wanted. This is what the profession is where we get into a lot of the subject matter. But when it comes to Antonio Brown, there's an incredible amount of baggage, an incredible amount of attitude. Almighty said, "Hey, but what about the sexual assault?
Yeah.
That is still there."
But Big Dog did, mention some aggressive issues. So maybe
oh my God, he ticked off all those things.
Yeah.
Some of it's obvious, some of it is not.
And plus, you got to remember, he's going to settle. I mean, he's not even going to fight it. He's just going to settle with the woman and hope it goes away. But that was a long time ago, and they're still working on that. And I'm just, like I said, if there's something wrong, he's got to get help. I mean, we can't just everybody just can't be jumping on his bandwagon and kicking him while he's down.
Yeah. Now, the coach for the Buccaneers, he didn't mention anything about an injury. But if you think about it, it's interesting how he said, wait a minute, wait. I was injured. That's why I left. That was a defense mechanism kicking in.
Oh, yeah.
Right or wrong, don't know. It's like he lost his job, and then wait a minute, I was hurt. Okay. I think he's done with them. But, folks, what did he do? Let's ignore everything. Can we? Let's ignore everything else for a moment. What did he do on Sunday night? He threw a tantrum.
Okay. Insubordination.
I think it's a violation of a rule.
Yeah. Okay, but he threw a tantrum, and he took off his uniform and shirt on the field, and he walked across the end zone. Folks, let's just keep that one in perspective. That's what he did. The other stuff, it's pretty heavy, pretty ugly, but he's paid the price financially on some of them, and he's resolving others. If it turns out that folks, my light, it did go on. So, my God, what if he does have this? And Big Dog clicked off all the symptoms that are obvious to us, and we don't know what it is.
And there's no way to
No, we'll never know.
Well, not until he passes. Whenever that happens.
Look,
and
Antonio Brown is a troublemaker, but damn, he sure is talented. That bastard. And I'm selfish for that. I want to see him play because, folks, he is good.
Yeah, that's why Tom Brady wanted him. Not many. He's probably the only quarterback that wanted to play with Antonio Brown because he was helping the team win.
Yeah, he was. He was a big part of their season this year.
Yeah, and that's about it. I mean, he's cost himself a lot of money, cost himself a job, but now he's going to have to start rebuilding again.
Yeah.
Is he out of a job with the NFL?
I don't know. It depends. It depends.
I think yesterday he was.
Yeah, but he's still going to have to get help for these issues if he can be helped. I don't know if you think he has CTE, if there's anything you can do about it with any kind of medication.
If he does have that, folks, another hit could kill him.
Yeah, Pete. If he
has it, oh my God, yeah.
If I were to interview him or offer him a job, if I'm the GM, or the owner or whatever, I'd sit him down and say, okay, we're going to offer you this job and probably a lot of escalator bonuses on there, like what he had with the Bucks. But you have to pass a psychological test and you got to pass a heavy duty physical.
Okay, well, they kind of do some of that stuff now. They
do
I know, psychological testing.
But I mean, in-depth type of psychological. I mean,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but I was wondering, when he ran out of the stadium and, he confronted the police officer and he was running and trying to get and half naked. I was wondering why they didn't take him in for a psyche valve right then and there, because he was acting crazy, but.
Probably because they recognized him too, though.
Well, yeah, the fame thing, and that.
Yeah, and you're like, and he, but
But he wasn't going to get on a plane. I mean, he wasn't going to get in the airport. But
he may have had a psychiatric breakdown.
Actually, what I'm thinking is he bipolar? Because if he goes off just like that, that's
why he needs.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's why he needs to be seen. And have these.
Yes, I mean, you can get medication for the bipolar.
Yeah, you can't do anything for CTE because you don't know if you have it.
Until I don't think they have anything for it yet. They don't know how to treat it, since you can't.
Because you don't know if you have it. And you can't get drugs
they can't
for it.
Yeah, because they don't know.
There's no way to test for it. Yeah, till you die.
But yeah, you're right. It could be anything. But
it's actually.
If it's bipolar, which have about the same symptoms, at least there's medication he could take and help control it a little bit better.
I'm not sure if it's a 5150 that you're talking about, Lewis, but that's a 72-hour hold in California. I don't pretend to know the other stuff. But, folks, I do want to say this, that I think we're going to be talking about this as we move on. I know, Antonio Brown, you're not watching us, but, dude.
If you are, come on in.
Dude, It's a friendly place. And there are a lot of people that actually do want to help you, dude.
Yes.
Well, there may not have been enough for a 5150.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. There wasn't enough on that one. It's just,
But I guess I don't know. I mean,
yeah, you have to threaten to harm.
Yeah, and there's nothing illegal about being in your shorts in.
Cop, take me to the airport. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he called it Uber. Is what he did. Yeah, but that's what But the thing is, he just ran out of the stadium, and there was the cop. Maybe he was there for traffic reasons. I don't know, but there was already a cop outside. And he told the cop he had a migraine.
And if running around shirtless in the cold, gets you a 5150, then half the people in Green Bay needed one. I don't know.
Oh my God! I saw them. Yeah,
they all should have been hauled out.
They're like
nobody in the stands.
It's funny because the announcers are there going, okay, kickoff. It's 10 degrees. There's a 5-mile-an-hour wind with the wind chill takes it down to a -1. And then they pan the crowd, and there's like these 4 college kids, and they all have their shirts off. They're all just going crazy. And I'm like, you guys are idiots.
Gentlemen, I know it's late for you, Almighty, but I am down to seconds. Do you guys want to continue the program talking about other stuff, or are we done?
I'm probably done for me.
Okay,
I need to get.
Oh, Almighty, you want to continue?
Well,
It's late for you.
No, it's not. Not for me.
Oh, okay. Well, then, folks, here's what I'm going to do. I need to end this program. I'm going to go to Monday Night America. Come on over and join us. But it is Monday Night Football, though. Yeah.
13 zip Steelers. 3:45 in the third.
Yeah, it's oh God, I don't know what's wrong with those guys this year, but anyway, yeah, I can join you over there if you send me a link. I'll pop in and.
Actually, what I think we'll do is we're going to go ahead and continue this program right now. We're just going to go ahead right here. So,
are you just going to stay here?
Yeah, we're just going to stay right here. And
I did. I did want to talk to you about
Yes.
something.
Oh, by all means.
I mean, I just want to talk about the Saturday that Big Dog and I were supposed to do the show.
Uh-huh.
If there was no way for us to get in, is there any way to give like Big Dog control so he can get the email with
Well,
the code?
you had control as well, but when we had something
Power
happened
shift.
a few months ago, uh, you know, when people told me to go to hell, what basically what it came down to.
Oh, you're talking about a
Uh,
certain diva.
Well, I didn't know I had
Uh,
control. Because
You actually did. You actually did.
didn't
You
Oh.
had the authority. So we'll sit up. But you did
I was
before.
gonna because Big Dog asked me to because he was having whatever, and I was gonna do it, but then I had no way
Yeah,
of
well,
what
yeah.
I was
Same
doing.
thing with me. I couldn't get in, and I was like, well, Roger's in Florida. I'm not going to bother him on his
Because
vacation.
actually,
So
I was waiting. Okay, I didn't know if I could get in. I was waiting for Big Dog to. Okay, Big Dog will sign in and send me.
oh,
a thing.
I kept trying. Trust me, I tried
And-
every single
and
thing I could think of.
I thought I had set him up, and Almighty, you were set up before, but I had.
Well,
it
I think
clear.
what happened when we were trying to do that, I had to leave, and I never got back to you to finish it up because I mean, that was my fault, really, that we didn't have a show.
No,
If that's the
not
case.
at all. No,
Gentlemen, it happens. We're gonna go ahead and continue to go on. So no, it's all right, and
But that's what I wanted to ask you if there was a way,
we will set that up, folks. We will,
because I mean, because as far as Big Dog knew, he had to get the code from you, but you were on a vacation. And I don't blame him for not wanting to bother you about. I need a code. You're like, wait a minute, I'm here in warm weather. And
I
I'm
will tell
sweating my
you,
balls off.
I did have a nice time in Florida. It was surprisingly, but thank you for that. Yes, discontinued. Thank you, Lewis.
Just
But
continue.
I'm not going to do Monday Night in America. We're just going to stay on right here in the professionals. Folks, this is what we did a month ago. This is what we're going to do again next month. It's on the first Monday of every month for right now. And this is what we did years ago. And I do invite everyone and anyone else who's interested. It is perfect when we have 4 to 5 people on the program because that way it works. But tonight was, in my humble opinion, perfect. Thank you, Almighty. Thank you, Big Dog. I did enjoy this, as I always do. It was really good, and we can stay on. Big Dog, you just did something. I swear that was like my brother used to do that too. Ugh. Oh yeah, the. Oh my God!
That was you. That wasn't me. Mine float. Mine floats.
Do that.
Mine
Oh,
floats.
man.
I know. I'm not going to do that one.
Oh, I'm glad you don't have your dark mustache in right now. And
Yeah, no kidding.
I have the peach fuzz. I was gonna shave this one, but
yeah.
I'm still gonna shave. But damn, I screwed up right now, folks. I apologize. That was stupid of me. I was trying to imitate the big. He suckered me in. He's the fascist.
Oh yeah, whatever.
He's a fascist.
Yeah, he's the fascist. Folks, this is what the professionals is. You want to talk about something? Usually I invite the host to bring a topic of what they want to talk about, but tonight I just set them up. We went with the 3 biggest topics, but next month we will be on again on February 7th. It will be, I think, at the same time at 6 p.m. We're going to do this again. For now, at least once a month. Tax season is upon me. Actually, I already have my first appointment on Wednesday. I've never had it that early.
What is once a month? The professionals or the sports?
The professionals.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good because then we can kind of go more in depth on some subjects that we don't have time for some reason. Even though we're on for 4 hours, we don't have time for everything because we're too busy talking about the A's and their problems with the city of Oakland.
No kidding. And I'm already thinking that we're probably going to be talking the Olympics next week or next month, and we're probably going to be talking about the strike in Major League Baseball if they're still on strike.
Maybe by next month we'll know if hockey's going to be in the Olympics or not.
Well, okay, yes.
I sent the article.
Yes.
Yeah.
So would you clarify that? Because that one I did not get a chance to read. Because, folks, it's funny. I go back to work, and no sarcasm, I went back to work for the new year, and then it turns out that someone was hurt at our Alhambra office. So I went to cover for her, and then it looks like someone is getting promoted out of one of the old offices I worked at. So I'm like, oh, my God. I already support 4 operations. Now I'm up to 5, and I may be doing 6. So I drove to the Alhambra facility today to end my day there, and it looks like I'm going to be doing what I was doing back a few years ago, just going from site to site to site. So let me see.
So was the injury in Alhambra? Was it because she was using the pencil too much, doing actual work, and she got carpal tunnel?
No, actually, what was kind of interesting, I can share this, that the supervisor there asked me to look over the paperwork, and I looked at it. I said, "Holy crap, this is a lot more detailed than even I would do." I sang her praises, dude. I was impressed.
Are the
But
players okay with that?
well, here's the thing. Look, as we know, and I guess we're going to continue with some of that right now. And Big Dog, if you have to go, I'm sorry, but I do thank you, no matter what. Um, Due to the COVID issue, about a week or 2 weeks ago, the commissioner said, "You know what? COVID's out of control in the NHL. We're not going." So the American players and the Canadian and everyone in the NHL, generally in America and Canada, are not going. I don't know about the other foreign players, and forgive me, I didn't even
Oh,
say
okay. Yeah, no, I just meant on the U.S. and Canada side that
that.
there was
They're
not going to
not
be
going,
Olympics.
as I understand.
Yeah.
But other players that are from other nations, I don't know if they're going to go or not. So Lewis says they said they're not going to have a vacation for the hockey team to go to a separate Olympic Games. Right. They take a pause to go to the Olympics every 4 years. This year's not going to happen due to COVID. So
Well, they're not going
Bettman,
to be there anyway, so it doesn't.
right, but the article that you posted, what's the deal? What did Bettman say on this one? I didn't get a chance to read it.
Either did I. But they, but
Sports
they
talk with the guys. Home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday.
look, I don't know why, but to me, it's just saying if they're not going to be in the winter, maybe they don't have to wait 4 years. They can do it in the summer. That way, they can do it 2 years from now. Maybe that's his thinking. Why does hockey have to be played in the winter when they do it indoors anyway, and they could play in the summer? So maybe he just wants. I don't know if he does the summer, if he will still do the next winter games, because that means they'll be playing hockey every 2 years for 4 years, because they do the summer and they might do the next winter. But to me, I think he's just, instead of waiting 4 years, he wants to maybe just wait 2 years and try the summer. That way, players don't retire before they can play in the Olympics. That's just an opinion. I should have read it. I'm sorry. I just posted it.
No, you're okay.
It's a sound theory, for the U.S. and Canada. But if the Olympics are, let's just throw Brazil out there. Brazil doesn't know hockey, so they would actually have to build a stadium that could do hockey games.
Well, that's true. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, it has to be approved quickly so Brazil can.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, or whatever other country.
And
that
plus,
doesn't.
you're going to have the other teams that do go this year, if they do, like the Russians or whatever they call their team now. The other countries have to agree to it too. I guess we could just watch the United States do a best of 7 with Canada. That would be okay. Or best of 5. But, because the Olympics would have to sign off on it, and then other countries would have to say, because, but anyway, he wants to do it in the summer, and I don't, but it doesn't really matter since, like I said, they play indoors and they play hockey in Arizona and Tampa Bay, so it's still not going to make much of a difference.
Bettman apparently asked for some time now, let's do it in the summer. And the Olympic Committee is like, no, it's a winter event. But
that's racist.
I think it's very racist, but get this. Oh, I know, Lewis. Oh, my God. We must be related. I'm going to get to that in a moment. Right now, in 1920,
exactly.
Yeah, in 1920, the Summer Games, hockey debuted, and then in 24, it was moved to the Winter Games. Ha! So the Olympic Committee is like, no, we not move.
I know what you're going to say. That makes sense too. If they play in the summer, that doesn't interrupt the season. That makes perfect sense.
He mentions that, yes.
But that's still, I don't know why I didn't think of that on my own. I guess I just wasn't. Because that way they don't have to worry about vacations or players being off, especially when players are. I mean, every sport is battling with COVID, let alone letting them go play in the Olympics or whatever else is going on.
Now, apparently, Bettman in this article, thank you, Almighty, says that this has been since like the mid 1990s that he's been trying to make this happen. So go figure. It's been a little while. But
Well,
I
it's
guess
hard.
the Olympic Committee is.
It's hard to get the Olympic Committee to change. It takes a long. These people are stubborn as hell. I mean, just like the NCAA,
Yeah.
the Nazi Communist Athletic Association.
I like it. I
Well,
hadn't
Roger-
heard that one.
Yeah, you did.
But it is interesting
I'm
though,
sorry.
if the
Fascist.
U.S. and Canada aren't going, which they're not, what all the other players that are from other countries that play in the NHL, how are they going to handle it? Every team would have to give them permission to leave the team so they could go to the Olympics to play for their own country. Like Finland and whatever the Russian contingent is.
Well, you're right. I didn't think about that either. They still would lose players to other countries. And Roger, you have heard that before because I used it 10 years ago on the Almighty Sports Show. I used it when the Ohio State players got busted for.
Oh my God! Yes, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Excuse me. I yawned.
They got busted for
Are we keeping you awake?
bartering with to get tattoos. Then it cost the coach.
Oh,
Tressel
that's
is
right. I
dead.
remember that.
Yes. Yeah, I do. That's why.
And that's when I came up with the name. And I think you were actually listening at that time, and you said, "I like that," but I didn't know if you. I didn't know if you'd remember it, not because, like I said, that was 10 years ago.
Didn't they bartered like jerseys, helmets, and football, all signed and stuff, right?
And the gold pants that they get for the Michigan game.
Okay.
But they got in trouble. The coach Tressel ended up quitting because of all this mess. But to me, it's like that was just too far. Why can't you barter? I mean, I can understand the cash part, but why can't you trade something for something? Even if it just pissed me off. Maybe because of not just because of Ohio State, because it was a stupid. They had the stupidest rules in college for these players that have no money.
The hell is that?
It's a link to that article.
Which article?
The one that you, Gary Bettman. Look it up, Yahoo Sports, folks.
Master Bateman. Yeah, I get it. So
isn't it funny the language that we use? And I don't flinch, but you say that one, I'm like, what the hell, dude?
But anyway, that was a long time ago, and I remember you were listening to when I came. I thought of that earlier in the day, and I thought I'm going to say it. I don't care if you. I don't care about saying Nazi. I think it was okay back. Well, it was on Blog Talk. You could use any kind of language.
Yeah.
You know how Blog Talk is. I mean, there is no
they don't give
filter. There is no filter.
None whatsoever. We got away with some really stupid stuff over there.
You'd have callers come in, and you didn't know if you were going to get a prankster or whatever that's just going to make a noise.
Oh, yeah, we had a few of those.
Or use certain racial words that
we had some of those too.
Every time Scorekeeper had a new caller, his finger would be on the disconnect right above it, just hovering above it, just in case.
I was too, because I heard other stations, and I heard that someone would come in and repeat that word over and over again, and it's like, I'm not going to have that, I'm going to shut them down as fast as I can.
One of the funniest ones we had was we were doing a joke night, and this guy called in from Texas. And he says, I got a joke for you guys. He called in. He delivered a funny Helen Keller joke. It was damn funny, and we all died laughing, and he hung up. I'm like, dude, call back. Call back. And he never called back. We're like, no, we weren't offended. It was mean-spirited, but it was funny. Oh, my God. We all died laughing. It was the meanest joke of the night, but it was funny. I'm sorry to say.
End of the third quarter. Steelers 13, Browns 7.
Ooh, they scored. Oh, my.
Wow.
We'll see how they blow this one. Yeah, I don't know where we were.
We're still on the hockey stuff, yeah.
Ohio State.
Okay, yeah.
Ohio State. But anyway,
I genuinely forgot about the NCAA. I love it.
But I always call them that. And now, well, look how they were fighting players getting paid, and And then California passed that law, and they had this automatically start dealing with it. And then the Supreme Court found in favor of the players. So
Yep.
now they have to hurry up and catch up because things are changing, and they're against change, especially if it. Well, I think I was making the connection that the people that the commission was making like millions of dollars each, while the players were making jack shit, and that was 10 years ago. Because I was trying to make that comparison to that. Well, look, the people on this NCAA commission, they're making like millions of dollars, making $1 million. I mean, that's why they don't care.
Yeah. We talked about on the sports program that there was this one kid, I believe it was in Florida, and he was a punter, and he was a marketing major, or
yeah,
maybe not marketing, but it was like PR stuff. So he did videos for his class on punting, and it was a genuine homework assignment. The bastard was creative. Forgive me. They were really good videos, and they were PR videos. But he happened to be a punter on a college team. Well, the NCAA went after him.
Yeah,
and made him take down the videos
because he was either on YouTube or
I think it was YouTube, but
yeah, Instagram or whatever, and he started earning money off of them because they were getting hits big time.
Yeah.
So since he started earning money off of it, the NCAA said, "Well,"
and it had tangentially that he was a punter and he used his punting ability in there. They were really, really good, but he was on the team earning money.
Yeah, and that's you. No, and it's. I guess he should have played it safe and didn't monetize it. But then again, if you're a marketing major,
dude, he was getting that many hits, man.
Yeah, but you're a marketing manager. That's what you're being trained to do.
Exactly.
To make money. But
yeah.
But that's what I mean. I mean, plus, I mean, I'm glad I didn't think that act that fast because YouTube was not that old, and you know how slow they. But once they find out you're making money, they're coming after you.
Yeah,
I mean, if they're going to come after you for trading your pants, what's safe? I mean, what if you ask to borrow somebody's pencil to take a test? Are you going to get in trouble because you actually took something of value and you're going to use it? Where do you draw the line on this crap? But
wow, I didn't think about that. That's funny. Yeah.
But think about it. I mean, if you ask somebody to borrow something, it's the same thing because you're getting something of value, no matter how cheap it is. Even if it's a 10-cent pencil, you're making 10 cents because you got that pencil. Yeah. Anyway, it's an old story. You don't need to talk about it, but I just wanted to remind you that you did hear it before because of that incident.
I have to write that one down because I don't know if you were here for one of the episodes, but I even told Big Dog, I said, oh, here I go. So I even wrote it down, folks. And someone who speaks flawless English chuckled at this phrase. But I knew I was going to go off, and I apologized to the Big Dog, and I says, Big Dog, I'm going to start a lecturous tirade. And Big Dog knew exactly what I meant, and we chuckled because like, is that correct English? Well, the person I ran it by, she goes, yeah, I actually understand what it means. It's okay. I thought it was cool. Didn't say it was proper, but they said, I actually know what you're saying. So I wrote it down, lecturous tirade. So now I'm going to add NCAA because I forgot about it. I cannot let that one go. Folks, also today in history, by the way, was there another sporting event? No, actually, that might have been the only one. But folks, tiny bit of trivia. I didn't know this. Today, back in 1938, the March of Dimes was initiated. And I didn't know that it was Franklin Delano Roosevelt that started up the March of Dimes.
Yeah, those Roosevelts started all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, those Roosevelts. Yeah, they did. They have Rough Riders and the like. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, you know, the national park system and then whatever. And the New Deal and blah, blah, blah.
Nazi Communist Athletic
Association. I cannot let that go. It's just...
Hell no. I mean, it has the magic word in there. Association.
Yeah.
I always got a kick out of it, folks. The minute it took me like 5 seconds to figure it out, but when I saw the Almighty Sports Show, like, he had, I think your logo had ASS. I was like, you're
Yeah.
effing kidding me. You're effing kidding me. And I asked him about it. He's like, yeah, where else can I do a program and get away with that? And I was like, I'm in. And it was, oh man, it was funny.
Well, I didn't know the rules of Block Talk Radio, so I didn't know if I had to be clever or not. I probably didn't have to be clever. I probably could have just called it ass and they wouldn't have cared. But but then I wanted them to know what it was. I mean, if I just called it ass, I'll just think, well, he's probably some asshole, which would have been true, but they wouldn't know the sports side of it.
Interesting connection. My brother was a CS tech and also environmental programs in his hospital career. My brother he's a good person. He loves to help people. I didn't know this, but when he was working at close to the last 5 years, he was running the March of Dimes walk for the hospital, and that's Coastal Community Hospital, 2701 South Bristol. I can't believe I still remember that crap. Funny what you can remember.
Costa Mesa?
It's just north of Costa Mesa. Yeah, it's right there on Bristol. It's just north. I think that is still Santa Ana at that portion, but it's like 1 block from Costa Mesa. It's a nice hospital, and I was fortunate my brother got me a job there, but I was harshing as mellow.
I need a Rite Aid by there. That's how I knew exactly
I
where it
went
was.
there. Yes, I went to that Rite Aid. My brother was a phenomenal employee there, and Roger is Roger. Roger does what Roger does because Roger does what Roger does. And people would say, you're related to him? I'm like, yeah. So what's the problem? My brother was well-liked. I was not.
See,
that's all I can say.
You should have answered when they said...
that's funny, Lewis. The addresses, he remembers that. When he was at Chapman Hospital, the address was 2601. It was 2701. That's funny. That's
what you should have said when they said, "Are you related to him?" You should have said, "Yes, I'm his yin to his yang."
I wouldn't say
that would not have worked back then. That might have been actually insulting, even back then.
Yeah, but if they would, if they thought you
well,
said
if they know extensionists, you know.
Do you know? I will remember, and I'm not going to mention any names or anything, but I do remember.
Why not?
I was in that meeting, and word got to us that there was an AIDS patient in the hospital, and this was in 1991.
Okay, early on.
Everyone went silent.
It's
like no one talked about it because there was a patient in the hospital, and people were scared. And that was in 91. Remember, it really, really hit in 85. But in 91, actually later that year, Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
The day that will live in infamy in the world of Big Dog. Yep. I was watching the news at my sister's house in Eagle Rock, and I called the Big Dog, and Big Dog's like, no. You lying jacket jet. You're a liar. And Michael checks. Magic Johnson tested positive. For HIV.
Yep, and nobody wanted to play with him.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
And speaking of basketball, Big Dog, what do you think about the trade between the Lakers and Cleveland?
I know we kind of avoided that. Oh no, we spoke about it when he stepped out.
It turned into a 3-way trade actually. So it
was a 3-way. Oh, God damn, everyone but me.
Lakers, Cleveland, and New York.
That was for you.
So, so the player that we got from Cleveland, we sent to New York, and that opened up a roster spot and saved the $1.3 million salary plus another $4 million in luxury tax. So it worked out for the Lakers. They did it mainly to open up the spot for Stanley Johnson. Who they'll probably sign in the next
salary dump.
1.7 million. That's not much of a salary to dump.
No, but
I want to emphasize.
But did Cleveland get a good player? Well, he helped the Cavs in the time of need.
Because they're looking for Rondo to be playoff Rondo, so he'll play sporadically for the rest of the season to keep himself in shape, and they're looking to him to do his playoff stuff that he's done the last few years. He was
he's
exceptional.
also there because he had a couple players go down with
Yeah,
injuries.
and that's the only reason why he's there.
Yeah, but
Ricky Rubio, who was the backup, blew out his ACL, I believe.
yeah,
So he was
I
out.
guess when I saw Lakers, I thought of you. Oh, I'm gonna bug Big Dog thinks of the Lakers trade with the Cleveland Cavaliers because
Yeah,
I mean I know how
wanted to bug him too.
because you were a big fan of the Lakers.
It's good for Rondo. Lakers weren't using him that much. They were gonna save him for the playoffs, but
Okay.
I guess he had been asking to play more minutes, and it just wasn't gonna happen. So they facilitated the trade to Cleveland because Cleveland needed somebody, and like I said, it opened up a roster spot for Stanley Johnson, who's on a two-way emergency contract. And he's kind of a Kurt Rambis style of a player, kind of came out of nowhere, but he's doing all the dirty stuff that the Lakers need done, the fighting for the ball, the playing some defense and rebounding and stuff like that. So he's provided a bit of a spark that the Lakers have needed, and it wasn't coming from anyone. So the big thing that I want to see what's going to happen is in about 12 days, because that's when Russell Westbrook is eligible to be traded. He is not working out for the Lakers. His and I said it from the very beginning. He's playing like he always plays. He shot so many bad shots. Yesterday's game, perfect example. First half, he scored 12 points, had 7 turnovers in the first half. And he hit the backboard twice on shots. Yes, sir.
Teacher.
Mr. Noriega, yes.
Is Jason a Laker now?
No.
Well, but Russell is
that. He's like me. It doesn't matter when you leave the team, you leave the team.
But he's a Westbrook fan.
When Kurt Rambis, one of my all-time favorite, who I actually have a jersey of, Kurt Rambis, when he left the Lakers and went to the Phoenix Suns and to the Charlotte Hornets, I was saying, you've served us well, sir. Good luck in your endeavors.
Okay, we have to bring Almighty in on the joke. Folks, we have a member of Sports Talk with the Guys who is on with us once a year, every year, except last year. But he's been on with us for 7 out of the last 8 years now.
Who?
Jason.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's on with us. He really knows sports. And I love having him on, but COVID kind of destroyed it.
Yeah. And it's funny because he's always quiet. And I'm like, you have to jump in, Jay. Oh, no, I don't want to. I go, no, if you don't jump in, you don't talk. That's just it. You got to just jump in.
And it's really funny because Jay really knows sports and stuff. But
he really knows boxing. Dude, boxing in fact, he used to write for, I believe it was the Press Telegram. He used to write, he was their boxing analyst 20 years ago.
Press Telegram is the newspaper for the city of Long Beach, Almighty. There's 3 major, well, there might be 4 now. But in LA County, you have LA City. You also have Pasadena. And then you have Long Beach. And you might even consider Santa Clarita now. But anyway, in LA County, those are the biggest cities. But the Press Telegram in Long Beach, it's an older newspaper. It's been around for a while. But it's also local. I actually had 4 letters published in the Press Telegram. I was like, shit, I'll just keep writing.
Yeah, it was in the comedy section.
And that means what? I got published.
Yeah.
My letters got published.
No matter where it was, he got published.
That's right.
Oh. Comedy, entertainment, the Jackassity section, I'm in. But he was a writer, and if Jason is watching now, he'll clarify. But he really has a love of sports, and I've been begging him. I've been bribing him. I said, dude, join us, and I'll reduce your fee on taxes.
And that's usually the only way we got him on was because he would come to do his taxes, and
he showed up at 5:45 with the big dog, and he would.
Scorekeeper would block out the time right after the show was over.
Yeah.
But Jay would come with us, and he would do the show with us, and then afterwards.
But this last year, it was due to COVID. so he
Yeah,
wasn't.
he
able
only
to show.
Skyped you instead, or
No,
FaceTimed
he
you, or
didn't.
whatever it was,
No, it was
or
all
over the
over
phone.
email.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Hi, Jason. I revealed personal information.
I
Hello.
believe his brother and his wife are coming on this year, and he's trying to get their mom to also come
Okay,
to you.
Jason, and for everyone watching, here's my shot for Jedi.tax. If you recommend anyone, 10% of what I charge them will be on you. You'll get a credit, and it will be effective the next year. So I got some emails from clients this year because we're finally catching up with that. They're like, Raj, what's this credit? I said, well, because you recommended this person, and they paid. It's an eternal joke. It's an eternal joke. And
But
no, Jason.
Well, it's
No.
always a good thing when they pay.
Yeah, as soon as they paid us, we gave the credit and we were sending emails with credit memos. And clients were like, well, what's this? I said, I'm thanking you. Surprisingly, a lot of them said no. I said, yeah, tough shit.
See,
Yeah,
so
I'm thanking you for risking you and sending them to me.
see, Roger's paying people to shoot a shot. Well,
Oh shit, I should mute it before I say anything.
oh, you know when you're not.
Yeah, okay.
Were you able to read my lips?
Yeah, you know you could have done that with and not made a sound. And I could have still read the lips. It's the same thing.
It was still for you, big dog.
I know. There was a little Spanish in there too.
Oh, that would have been nice then.
Told you I was reading lips. I can read lips,
Anyway, it was fun.
and the one on their face too.
And all kidding aside, Jason, when he's on with us, it is a bit. I just caught that. Did you notice the Mexican in me? It took like a minute for it to hit me on the head. I'm like, oh, I got that. That was funny. It's good, folks. You are listening to an extended version of The Professionals. He is the Almighty, and he is the big dog, and I'm the scorekeeper. We're having a blast. We're just continuing because we're just continuing. I was going to do a Monday Night in America. Wasn't feeling it when these gentlemen said, yeah, let's continue. I was like, okay, F it. We'll stay. We are talking sports right now, and we love doing this. Years ago, when the big dog and I were younger, we did Sports Talk with the Guys on Saturday morning, and then we did a Monday night program, and then a Thursday, which I got tired of. And the big dog kept it going for a while, but he was like, yeah,
Well,
if you're not there, I'm out.
Well, don't forget. Okay, we did.
You did Thursday for a while.
We did the
Because
on Saturday. We did the Saturday show. Then we did the Monday show, sports show.
And then it was Tuesday night.
And then I would join you on Tuesday Night in America.
Yeah.
And then we would do the Thursday show.
Yes.
So we were doing at least 4 shows. A lot of times it was 5 because then you would always throw either a Wednesday or a Friday show in there, and I'd come in and join you. And then
I missed Comics 101.
I'm waiting for it. I have so many jokes.
I said Comics 101.
Oh, Comics 101. Yes, I want to bring that back.
Gentlemen, forgive me if I say this.
I'm
as
starting.
I do. I want to pin both of you guys down for Comics.
Ooh,
101.
baby. Damn it.
Oh my God, that little flinch by Almighty. It was like,
Pin me down. Wow.
Comics.
This is get. Yeah.
Comics
Pin you
101.
down and make you squeal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
When are you
like a
guys going to
pig.
do? When are you
Feel
guys
like
going
a
to do a
pig.
comics program? Yeah, whatever. When are you going to do a comics program?
It'll be on a Wednesday. I'm thinking middle of next month or March.
Yeah, that's the same shit I've been hearing for the last 3 years.
No, but
Yeah.
everything now I've cleared stuff up. So
It's like,
as you know, the last
it's
3.
like saying tomorrow.
Yeah, but my
I'll
last
do that tomorrow.
That's very Latin, mind you. Tomorrow.
as you guys both know, my last 3 months have been kind of shitty, and the with the holidays coming up, it was really really rough on the kids.
Okay.
So all that's gone. We're done. It's too quick to do it this month, but I originally, even in the back of my mind, I was thinking February, middle of February. So I'm thinking middle of February on would a Wednesday work for you, Almighty?
Yeah.
And folks, you don't even have to do. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that if you guys were to do another Comics 101, I know the audience is there.
I
People would love to
believe
spend time with you.
I
But we
believe
do
the
have a
guy
question.
that did The Walking Dead bought the rights to GI Joe and Transformers.
Oh, really? Okay, Darabont is the director, I believe, but I can't remember the name of the producer of The Walking Dead right now.
But
Well-
Burt Kirkman
Oh!
bought the rights,
Okay, Kirkman. He's the one that did the
Yeah, he wrote the
comic
comic.
books.
and he bought the rights to Joe and Transformers. So
Oh,
And
okay.
and,
So
and Sergeant
what
and
happened
Sergeant
with the movie?
and Sergeant Rock is DC Comics, so that would be still under DC Comics.
right, but I don't know what's happened to Sergeant Rock. I mean he comes and goes.
Yeah, he's there, but it's nothing that they're gonna make a new series on, which I'm surprised since they bring up everybody. But yeah, Sergeant
Right.
Rock, yeah, very very seldomly pops up, but he's still there.
If they do anything, it'll probably be a miniseries,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
and he won't be a World War II vet because that'll be too that's a show Nazis, and nobody wants to do that anymore. It's too controversial. So
I would think if they do bring back Sergeant Rock, though, it'd be maybe they could go DC Black Label and go premium, and they could essentially
yeah.
do that.
Yeah,
Then
but-
that's an adult one. So
Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a tease to Comics 101 right now. Great
Well,
question, Lewis.
So they could do that. But but DC is getting so PC,
yeah,
they're so woke, Everybody's going gay.
I'm looking
That
at
is true.
the Regal
Trans.
Entertainment stuff.
the latest one is Superboy, so Superman's son.
Yeah, he's
He's bi or is he gay? I
bi
haven't-
because he was dating
oh, that's right.
Starfire for decades.
Yes. Well, no,
Well-
no, that's Dick Grayson.
He still had a girlfriend. I got the girlfriend wrong. Maybe I don't really pay attention to that, but I know that when they announced that he was going to be gay, that he still had a relationship for decades with another superhero, and that's why it didn't make sense. So he has to be, but they want to keep that continuity. They're going to have to make him die then.
If I remember correctly, okay, Dick Grayson, they didn't go that way. At least I didn't think, unless it
They
just
did.
happened over the
You're
last.
right. They're right. They brought that was the other one. I don't know
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Tim Drake is bi.
Yeah, he's the bi one. Yeah.
And then just recently, because it was on the cover, of the new Superman, son of Kal-El.
Yeah.
He is gay.
Yeah.
So
And
look at the look on Roger's face.
well, the thing is when that was announced, I have friends that collected DC and Superman. They dropped it.
They stopped. Yeah.
They took it off the pull list because I don't know. I'm not saying they're not homophobes, but they're just pushing this thing so far out there.
Yeah. Now the Tim Drake thing, I guess they never really had him like in a serious relationship, so I can maybe see him being bi or whatever. The Kal-El, son of Kal-El, I could see it because he's technically a new character because he's coming out of the what is it, Rebirth, right? Isn't he a character that they made after Rebirth?
I think I don't remember. I don't follow Superman.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big DC fan. So
DC FUBU, man.
I mean,
DC so FUBU.
I mean, I did get some Rebirth stuff, and then I was getting Batman for a while and Flash, but I actually was doing DC after Crisis.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they changed. They started actually writing more like Marvel. So
yes,
and
of
they were
course
doing their Marvel imitation. So
and of course, speaking of Crisis,
and I liked Wally West. So
yes, yeah, okay. Of course, you probably read it, Roger. I don't know if he knows who George Perez is.
Oh,
but
gosh. Yeah,
I was devastated. He is
Almighty. Tragic.
He's definitely my top favorite artist as far as a team concept artist is concerned, and he's up there probably in my top 2 or 3 artists of all time. And I am so happy now, or I consider myself so lucky that I spent that money and took that trip out in 2019 to Vegas to Amazing Con and had dinner I was part of the group of like 40 people that had dinner with George Perez.
Wow.
And I was able, because we were all, like 10 to a table, and there was 5 or 6 tables. Oh, no, there were 4 tables. So it was like 40 of us. And what George did is he sat at the head of every table and then sat with you for like maybe 20, 30 minutes and then would move to the next table and kind of did that for a few hours, so he could talk to everyone. And when they sat us down, I didn't know that's how they had planned it. But they were like, okay, you guys sit on this first table. I was one of the first group in. And they said, okay, just sit all the way down, and we'll fill up. And I saw that we were sitting. I'm like, I was one of the first 3 guys in, and they had me like all the way in the back, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. So I'm like, oh, you guys go. I'm too big. I go, I need more room, so I'm gonna sit at the end of the table. So I was on the front end of the table, and George sat right next to me at the head of the table for a good 45 minutes, and I just listened to them tell stories and I asked them questions.
That's one way to
Yeah.
use your fatness. And I mean, I probably could have got away with that too a little bit. I would have just said, I can't walk. I get that far. I'm going to sit right here by George Perez. So
but it was so great just hearing him talk.
But because you wouldn't have been able to hear him anywhere else unless he talked really loud and had a microphone. But
no, he didn't. I mean, it was in an intimate setting. It was a pho restaurant. It so happened.
Hey, Dream.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I mean, the food was excellent. It was in a weird part of Vegas. It was not in a good area, but when we walked into the place, they had all these Las Vegas awards for their food, and the food was excellent. Right. And George just talked.
And well, I'm glad for you. I mean, that had to have been an experience to actually sit there and talk to one of your comic book items.
Oh, like yeah.
That. Oh, you think that was something? We went to the Hollywood Expo. Oh my God. Unfortunately, because they did such a shitty job, NDB Media was the leading advertiser. We were busting our behinds to get word out. They didn't get any mainstream media, nothing. They shot themselves. And we were doing live. They had some other radio station there, but they were worthless. We were interviewing everyone. We were doing stuff all around. Well, on Saturday, Media Day, the only media that was there was us. And we got to sit in with the man himself, right, Big Dog?
Yep, Stanley.
And for being media.
What did you just say?
Yes, Stanley.
Wow. Okay, and they had him as a headliner, of course. And the room we were in probably.
Do you remember the number?
No.
Wait. No, we were the media room for that moment. But go ahead, finish, Big Dog.
Well, I was gonna say that in the Q&A part of it, where you could interact with him, we were in a room that maybe held.
He got Stanley's autograph. That's the one.
40, 45 people, and there was only maybe 15 of us in there, if that.
That for the media. And I was stuttering my way through the conversation.
For Stan Lee, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he, of course, Stan loved to talk.
When he showed up for his program, 121 people showed up for his Saturday event.
That was it.
Actually, it was Friday when we went, Big Dog. On Saturday, when that event took place, 121 people showed up in the main ballroom for Stan Lee.
That was it.
You could talk to him. And I have video of that interview. I actually do. I found it. Yeah. I still have it.
Wow.
And he had difficulty. He was like, I'm sorry. Everyone that was in that room was like, It was Stan Lee.
I bet.
And he was so genteel, so nice.
Mm-hmm.
But, wow. And he autographed for all of us.
Do
you still have that autograph, Big Dog?
I probably do. It's probably in the storage.
Yeah.
You're in Ohio, correct?
Yes, I am.
He's probably not going to go out that far, because you probably have seen that George said that he's going to try and make as many appearances as possible to say hello to the fans and give them a hug. He wants to do that probably now through maybe June or July.
I did not hear that. I thought he was
No, he is. He said, of course, he has 6 to 12 months to live.
Yeah,
He's
I
hoping
know
for
that.
more, but
Well, of course.
in a later post, I believe it was like a day or two later, he said that he, after talking with his wife and his inner circle, he's decided that he wants to meet as many of his fans as possible to give them a hug, and a final, and essentially he said a final hug, and he just wants to be around the fans. He wants to soak in on all the adulation that he's getting from all the people that sent him videos and letters and comments, that he realizes the fans are really his fans, and he wants to just return the love. So I'm
Well,
trying to think. I'm going, shit. How am I going to get to the fucking East Coast? Because he's in Florida.
So when is
yeah.
this?
I don't know. I got to see when he's announcing. He's done one so far. He did
Oh,
Okay,
has it?
big dog.
a cosplay con that he
Okay,
was there, and he just posted a bunch of pictures.
If anything, he will probably try to get to Novi in Detroit because
Yeah.
he's done that before. I swear I saw him. I saw him in Detroit,
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah,
he was set up, and there was nobody around him.
Wow.
He was just sitting there,
Wow.
and what he would do, like for autographs or whatever, he had a donation jar for some
Yes,
charity.
and that's still what he does. It's
But-
for the Hero
But I'm
Initiative.
just saying, there he is. And if you wanted to sit there and talk to him for 2 hours, you could, because nobody was around the man. It's like, wait a minute, that's George Perez. Where is
where's everyone?
Yeah, where's everybody? But
He's setting up a few signings because he'll do signings. I kicked myself because I just couldn't swing it, because every time it came up, the opportunity came up, I didn't have the money for it. But he was doing sketches for about the last year through Clan McDonald Comics, which is where I usually get my comics and art from. But every time they announced it, I had just purchased like an art page, and I couldn't swing both things, because a 9x12 for him was, I think he was charging $350 for a 9x12 pencils and inks.
okay.
Whatever character you wanted, and if you wanted a full body, it was on an 11x17, but that was $1,200. That was $1,200.
Oh my!
But it would be, and it would, any character you want. But every time I wanted to do it, I was like, damn, I don't have the money right now. Okay, I'll do it next month, because they were doing it every single month, and then this happened. Because I was planning on doing it like this month or next month. I was like, okay, everything's due. I can probably swing one. But when he made the announcement, he said, I will do signings as well as I can, but no, I can't do sketches anymore, because he is now legally blind in one eye, and his eyesight is going in the other eye. So he doesn't feel he can do justice.
That COVID doesn't shut everything down again, too.
Well, the thing is,
we're on the verge.
On Clan McDonald Comics, when they do the art stuff and sketches and stuff, it's through a guy called Spencer Beck, and Spencer is George Perez's representative. He's his art rep. So what they're gonna do is, Clan McDonald is getting a final signing opportunity, and he said, I think it's at the end of this month or middle of next month, and they're gonna personally fly down to George's house and have him do the signing there over the span of 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
So
because I think WizardCon is next month here in Ohio, up in Cleveland.
Okay.
And then the next big ones are in the fall, so it'd probably be too late for him to make it out.
As soon as I see a schedule or when something is available, I'll tag you on it.
And Novi is in May. So
yeah.
I mean, I know.
I'm thinking that's about.
I'm
the
just
cutoff
thinking
time.
of cons that are going to be early enough for him to get to. I'm just thinking if he, it depends how his health goes. You know, when he's going to be able to go in the fall when we have the Hall of Fame and the Akron show.
Oh, okay.
But I think they still have the Wizard in February. I don't know why they picked that month. I mean, it could be a snowstorm, but they don't care. But anyway, I'm just saying it's not a great month in Ohio to be doing.
Yeah. I said, he hasn't really announced. I'm thinking he's going to stay in the East Coast, in the South somewhere, because he's probably going to stay Florida, in that area. But I like I said, I'm going to tag you, and I'm going to try and figure out, because I would love to see him one last time.
Well, then it. Like I said, the one in Novi is in May in the spring, so that might be the one he might be able to get to, since the weather will be nice up here, hopefully.
Yeah.
And I see what you're saying. And it's too bad it has to be this kind of tour too.
Yeah, I know. But
Wow.
yeah, when I first read it, when I read that, I was devastated. I was like, no, not George.
Yeah, I saw that. I
He's
saw that
such a nice
too.
guy. He's such a nice guy.
I mean, that dude, that,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that
exactly.
dude, he changed. He made comics popular. I mean, he didn't care about drawing all those. He busted his butt doing the Avengers with all those
Yeah,
characters, and he was drawing a lot of pages. And then he got handed the Titans, and he turned.
yeah,
I mean, I think he thought it was going to last 5 issues, but yet the
yeah.
thing went on and on and on.
And in fact, in the dinner, he talks about that because someone asked him about the Titans, and he says that because of the Teen Titans book and all the spin-offs and TV and stuff, he says he's set financially for well, at the time, 2 years ago, we didn't know how short that would have been, but he said he's set financially. He does not ever have to work, so that's why he says all his signings and his sketches that he gets money from, he donates to charity. Everything, 100%,
That's
and he's been
that's
doing that
good.
for years.
Wow.
Let
And
me
it's just
let me interrupt you guys. Check this
sorry,
out. No. Look, you know what that is, right? That's
that's
Excelsior
Stan.
right
Yep.
there. Yes. Let me upload another. I found the pictures. I haven't found the video yet, but dude, that's how close we were to him. Big Dog and I and my brother Gmon, we were sitting up front, and we were like right there. Check this one out. This is how close we were. Here's another one, dude. We were that close.
Yep.
Oh my.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was.
And yeah, it's sorry. I just wanted to show those images real quick.
When was that?
It was in 2010. It was, I think, latter part of.
Yeah.
It was
It was
probably
in
around October.
Burbank.
Actually, Universal City.
Okay, so it was the Universal Sheraton then. Yeah. Okay. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember what it was. Yeah.
Let me see if I can get an image.
Sucks so
Oh,
bad.
it was October 16th, 2010, at 10 in the morning. Wow, that's crazy.
You gotta love date stamping.
Do you-
Yeah,
do you ha-
on the images.
Do you have any signed Stan Lee stuff, Almighty, by any chance?
No, I never got a chance to meet him. And then by the time I probably could have got somewhere, he was charging $250 for an autograph.
Oh, I know. Jeez. When
So-
I got his, because he used to show up at Frankenson almost like 3 times a year, which is the collectibles place down here. Pretty much anything you can collect, they sell there. And I had an in on it because the guy that I would help out at the comic table, he sold comics and statues. He actually was Stan's facilitator for a bit before all the mess happened at the end. In fact, he changed his company name from Crazy Cat Collectibles to Stan Lee Collectibles. And it would actually, when he would do San Diego Comic Con, he would always have Stan Lee there. And that's when the prices started, going a little bit higher and higher and higher.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
and at Stan, I don't even want to talk about how bad he was abused at the end. That was just a shame.
Yeah, that was terrible when that news came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, gentlemen, I want to show you another picture. It's not exactly Stan Lee, but this man, he's a beautiful soul. His name is Vaughn Armstrong, the one on the left right there. He was Admiral Forrest in Enterprise. So, and he's very tall. I don't know who took this picture, but it's misleading. It's down looking up. He was inches. I'm 5'11", even at the time. Do you remember Big Dog? He was like 6'2", 6'3", huh?
Yeah, he was pretty tall.
Very tall. But right there, someone did me justice by making it look like we were. But it turns out that Vaughn Armstrong, when we interviewed him, he was a major Tom Clancy fan, and his interview went like this. Not only was he a Tom Clancy fan, but he's the pilot in Clear and Present Danger that lands the troops. And he says, "Good luck, boys." He's the pilot, and he played the role of Colonel Johns, a Congressional Medal of Honor winner. And we talked about that. He says, he's technically a traitor. He disobeyed orders in the book. So the U.S. military says, if you show a Medal of Honor winner that disobeys orders, we're not supporting you guys. So I was like, oh. So they had to change the movie. Wonderful character, but he is awesome. Vaughn Armstrong. He's a beautiful soul. He was.
I have some breaking news. It kind of
Uh-oh.
covers all the.
What's going to happen because we've been live?
Do you guys know who Fanatics is, right? The company Fanatics that does
Yeah,
all
sure.
the sports memorabilia, not
Yeah,
sports, but
yeah.
the
Oh, yeah.
shirts and jerseys and stuff. Okay, well, Fanatics is acquiring Topps trading cards. Sources say
Sorry.
that is a major acquisition because, of course, with that comes Major League Baseball and Major League
Right.
Soccer. It says, wow. It says Fanatics also has a long-term agreement deals with the NBA and the NFL. So
Wow.
that is
Okay.
a
That is
major
a
shift.
major. That's a major
Yeah.
acquisition.
Big time. I didn't think Fanatics was that big, or that Topps was doing that
small.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to take a break for a second. I'll be right back.
No, of
All
course.
right.
It's really cool, the opportunity that we've had, not only tonight, to be on and share some of our memories. And I think Big Dog and I should, one of these days, do a review of some of the stuff that he and I have done. A shout out would obviously go to the Couch Potato because he arranged for us to do a program with him in Las Vegas. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And we were at the Golden Gate once, and then we were also at Binion's. And there's incredible backstory to everything that happened there. And one of these days, we'll probably talk about it. It was amusing. The Big Dog and I, the first day that we went to Las Vegas for that program was at the Golden Gate. We pulled a turnaround because we just had to make sure to get there. We were there. The program was going to start at 6. And we were there at what? 4 in the morning.
Yeah, we got there like about 4:15 or so.
And they were Emily Post, man. They were great. They knew we were going to be there, and they had the cords. They allowed us to set up and everything. But like I say, there is a lot to some of that stuff. Big Duck says, "What about hockey?" Well, we did talk about that a little while ago, Lewis. So, what exactly do you have a question on? Now, Big Dog and I have interviewed quite a few people. Big Dog even told a story. And I'm putting him on the spot now. I guess we're doing it now, so screw it. There's an author, an incredibly talented author that he had met, and he didn't have a great appearance with him.
Peter David.
And I don't know if it was Mark Lee. Oh, and the stories with Mark Lee. Oh my God, Mark arranged for us to. Did he or did Richard arrange? Anyway, we had Peter David on. And Peter David gave us close to 2 hours on a Friday night. And I still remember because everyone was calling in, commenting. They were really asking him questions. And one of the best questions ever asked, and he even said, this is an awesome question. He said, what advice would you have for people? He says, first of all, the industry I'm in, everyone hates each other. So they will rip you to no end. They will tell you, you cannot write, you worthless, you suck. He says, you got to keep at it. You have to keep at it. And it was a joke because he repeated it once or twice, and we were actually well over an hour already. And we were kind of like, dude, we've taken up a lot of his time. So we asked him straight out, Mr. David, we apologize. We did not agree upon any time. Anytime you want out, sir. He says, are you trying to end this program? No, sir. It's just because we didn't agree upon it on all time. So, well, no, we were just asking. He says, I'm here. My daughter's out on a date.
I'm waiting for her to get back.
I'm waiting for her to get back. That was awesome. And it just changed the tenor of the entire program. And a lot of people called in to talk to him. A lot of people comment. And he was just so awesome.
He was great.
Oh,
I was very when Scorekeeper.
There it is. This is what he told me after the program.
When Scorekeeper first told me that he was going to be on there, I was apprehensive because
there is Almighty. We're talking about when we had Peter David on.
Because when I met Peter David years before,
not a good experience
at San Diego Comic-Con, it was not a good experience. He had done a miniseries, a great miniseries with Green Arrow called Longbow Hunters.
Right.
And I was able to get the artist to sign the books. I had the set. So Oh, okay. They do hockey too. Okay, I mentioned it now. So I saw the artist first. So I had the artist. It was she was a female. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I apologize. And she signed the book. And of course, in those days, no one signed covers. That was not the thing to do. You signed the inside of the book because this was pre. Or actually, CGC was barely coming out, and no one really did signatures on the covers like the way they do now. So she signed the inside of the book, and then later on that day, or maybe the following day, I saw Peter David. I was like, "Oh shit, I'll get him to sign it, and I'll have both of them." And I hand him the books, and he's like, "Oh, this was." I go, "It's such a great story. You did so well. So thank you so much." He opens it up, and he's all, "Oh, you had her sign it too, and now you want me to sign it? Yeah, I guess I'm second choice." Real condescending. And
I
I'm thinking
have.
about-
Look, I have heard these. I'm friends with a guy that runs conventions, and he
Uh-huh.
would have Peter Guest as his thing, and he
Oh,
told
you
some
heard that one?
stories. He told some stories, and what you're saying is the tip
Is
of
right
the
on par?
iceberg. Is tip of the
Oh yeah,
iceberg.
because
And-
he came off, and I was like, "No, sir, it's just I saw her yesterday. I didn't. It was because I saw her the day before. I go, I saw her yesterday. I go, and you weren't here, so I got her to sign it because I don't know if she was going to be here today, and today you're here, so I'm having you sign it." He's just like, "Fine," and he signed. He did a clean signature and the whole thing, but he just came off like it's such a jerk. And then
Yeah,
years later, when Roger tells me, "Oh, I'm having Peter David," I'm like, "Oh, yeah, okay, I'll be on there. I'll help you produce it." And he was just great. He I don't know if we caught him on a good day or he had some whiskey or something or whatever, but he was very cordial, very
well, he was in the public too. I mean, it's
well, yeah. And this was just on his home at
mean,
home, but
well, you heard stories about anyway. Yeah, I mean, I started right at the beginning when he started the Hulk, man, and I just loved his run on the
I
Hulk.
remember that. Oh yeah,
And
I've
I was
always
like,
loved Peter David.
he took a book
This
that
is-
was going nowhere
Yep.
and turned it into one of the top 10 books at Marvel.
Yeah.
And
this
then
is
The one that I know is and everybody talks about him that he's a jerk, is Neil Adams.
Okay.
Just his attitude. I mean, and he has that look, and he's so expensive.
he's incredibly talented. He really
Yeah,
is.
but to charge $50 for a selfie,
Hey, you know what? Look,
and then $50 more for the signature on top of that.
hey, if people pay it, good for him.
But it's
well,
just,
that's the norm now. You pay the selfie and the autograph. I mean, you do those at separate times now. I mean, you get
oh
the
yeah,
autograph
no, I agree, but I mean, this was shit.
before all of this crap going
Yeah,
on.
this was
Yeah.
5, 7, 8, 9 years ago that he was charging $50 for a picture.
Yeah, but what you're saying, it makes sense.
But Peter David,
I've heard other things. So, anyway, he was like you wanted to be treated like a rock star and have certain items in his motel room and blah blah blah.
Oh wow.
But anyway,
the one that seems to have humbled himself, and I know he was a jerk because I actually ran into him at a Taco Bell in Orange County, actually in Brea. When I worked for, it was Rite Aid, but it was Thrifty's before that. And I was taking a lunch, and I went to Taco Bell, and Rob Liefeld was there.
okay.
And I went up just to not even get a signature or anything. I just was like, "Oh, Mr. Liefeld, And I was waiting for him to, because he was talking with someone. I waited for him to finish talking. He seemed like he was done. I just went over and I was going to shake his hand. I go just to let him know how I enjoyed his work, and he just went off. How dare you bother me? Can't you see that I'm here? I'm here with friends and blah blah blah. And okay, sorry, let's walk on you, fucking
Okay,
asshole.
so on the flip side of that, he seems so nice on his podcast.
Yes, well that's what I'm saying.
Well, hey, scorekeeper.
But see that this is when
Everyone will tell you I'm an asshole, but on
this
air,
is when this was when Rob was hot with Image, when Image had just started.
Yeah.
So he was just a young, he was young. This would have been probably close to 20 years ago. So he was just he was just getting that taste of fame. Now he's very humble. I've seen him at cons and I've heard him talk, and he actually now is very humble.
Well,
you know,
yeah, because
he still
people
can't draw
called it-
feet. He
Yeah,
still can't draw feet. He
that's the
can't draw
thing
feet
is
to
that
save
he
his
got
life.
busted for not being able to draw consistently. He wasn't the person that you wanted to be drawing a mystery comic book because he would change every panel and everything you'd be
Oh,
moving
big
around.
time.
But
My brother asked, "Is it true that they're going to make a Hulk and She-Hulk?"
Oh,
He
She-Hulk.
corrected that a moment ago. Yeah.
They are talking about doing She-Hulk on Disney Plus. That's already in the works.
He's directing that at me.
In fact, they already have, I believe, the actress for that's going to be Jen
Oh, so they
Walters.
are.
Yes,
Gentlemen, I've been dying to show you this one. This is one of my favorite pictures. You guys know who that is. That's Richard Hatch.
oh yeah, you told us about him.
And he's holding the box of coffee right there.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell
you gave him?
What the hell
Yeah.
is this? What the hell is this? You want me to show again?
No, he said, "What, do you want me to be on, your show?" And I'm like, "You've already been on. I'm just trying to thank you." And he was like, "Oh."
Then he was like, oh. Then he came off like, oh shit, I'm a dick. Okay, I gotta be nice to.
He was in a hurry to get somewhere. And it was obvious. And I knew he was rushing. That's why I was trying to give him, because I heard he was leaving. I'm like, holy shit, gotta catch him. He was still pretty polite. He was cool.
Yeah, afterwards.
Well, he did a mea culpa on air
Yeah.
with me, and it was funny. He's great to fandom. Richard Hatch was, oh my god. I don't know if there's a greater friend. And when he passed away, it was sad. And I think I told you guys a story that it stunned me that when Gmo, my daughter, was hospitalized in intensive care, he posted on my website. He says, I'm reading the posts, and I'm not getting all of this, but I know things are not well. And he went on to talk about things about, these are the times that we need to rally. These are the times that we need to believe in each other. These are the times that we need to support each other. You never give up. You never give in. And he said, you stay strong. And I never forgot that. And I was just blown away by it. It was true. And in times of darkness, people, the least ones you expect. And I'm still trying to find that post to this day. And I know it's roughly in November, December. And I was stunned. And I'm like, oh my God, Gmo, look at this. I'm like, look, she's in a drug-induced haze. She already has the pick line installed, meaning there's like 6 different drugs going in. She's like, huh? And she didn't even say one. I'm like, look, Richard Hatch. She looked, and I think she's like, smile at him and he'll go away. I think that was her defense mechanism. She barely made a smile, and that was it. But I was just floored by that. Just floored. He was a good person. He was. We caught him in a rush trying to get somewhere. But he was funny. He was. It was. It was like Peter said. He said, oh, what? You want me to be on your program? You've already been on. I'm trying to thank you. I'd love to have you on again, but just trying to thank you, buddy. We don't have money. This is good coffee, dude. And it was. So
All right, final 26 for the Steelers, 14 for the Browns.
Yeah, all right.
So you, me, let's see, where is it at?
Wow.
You, me, and Roz all took the Browns. Everyone else took the Steelers.
Yeah.
Well, but still otherwise.
I was betting on who I needed to win for the Browns to stay in the playoffs. If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have. I don't know. That's why I would have taken the Bengals, but I couldn't because I need them to lose. I think that's.
Oh, right. That's when the real world gets in the way.
Yeah, it does. It gets in the way, but I guess I still could have taken the Bengals. But I was hoping. I thought the Chiefs would win. I mean, they've been.
Yeah. And we all did. We all took the Chiefs.
and stupid me, I thought the Lions would beat the Seahawks, and they got blistered. God.
Yeah, I tried. When I saw that pick, I was like, "Almighty, what you doing?"
I'm trying to pick an upset maybe they'll get another one, but
Dude,
I guess maybe they're done. Maybe they're
That's what we're
done.
trying to do. Is you're trying to pick up those key
I
games.
think, well, because the Seahawks have been kind of struggling on and off. You never know when
Yeah,
you're going to catch them on
they
a
had,
bad
they had,
day.
yeah. This, I was, they put up a stat during the game saying that they've lost more games this year than they have the previous 2 years combined.
Who, the Chiefs?
Yeah, no, the Seahawks.
Yeah, because they were a lot of surprises this season. I'm telling you what. This season
what
was.
about that 1 week of clear upsets?
Oh my God!
It was
my
2 weeks.
God.
It was 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was 2
But
weeks.
there was
this
that
year.
1 week where we were
It
all
was that
shut
1
to
week
hell.
where we all sucked. I mean, leave it for what it is, but we all sucked that 1 week. It was funny.
It's like, what the hell's good? Is it opposite day? I have no idea.
Is it opposite day? Yeah.
Because
We
everybody,
all had it.
all these teams were winning that weren't supposed to win. It's
Yeah.
like, it wasn't just one. It was like everybody. It's like, oh my gosh, we just should have taken this week off.
Because everybody.
Sorry.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, big dog.
Oh, it's because I was clearing my notifications. It says that
Oh.
you added a new video. So
I did.
that's what it said. 17 minutes ago, you added a new video, The Professionals.
Oh,
But it's still going
the
on.
One that, yeah, it's the one that we're doing right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw another comment. Ross! Good evening, Ross! What's up with Bobby Wagner on the Seahawks? I heard he got hurt. Silence
He
from everyone.
got hurt.
You know more than we do.
He got hurt.
I actually didn't see that one game. And I want to thank you. Lewis also gave us some love. And now Ross. Thank you, Ross. Yeah, we're doing the professional still, man. Thank you for that.
But one real quick convention thing here.
Yes, sir.
Some friends and I, we flew to the Chicago Con.
Okay.
It was late 90s. And the cast of Next Gen was there.
Oh, okay.
Michelle Nichols and George Takei were there. And they were just walking around without anybody around them.
Mhm.
There was nobody at the Next Gen table. You could walk up and actually get an autograph for nothing.
Yeah.
That's where we were at the Hollywood Expo.
And none of us did. And to this day, we talk about, oh my God, we should have done it then because now it's going to cost us $50 to $100 to get this autograph. But there was nobody there. You could have walked up, got an autograph, turned around, and left. But that was before everything started getting monetized.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I kicked myself all those years that I did San Diego, that I saw George Perez all those times and never got the autograph or a sketch from him. Someone posted a picture just the other day of him at San Diego Comic-Con, like in 2007 or so, and a full size sketch, and he was charging $75 for a full body, and I'm just like,
Yeah. But after the century was over, whatever the new one began, all this, they get the fee from the organizer, and then they start charging money. And now, you got to pay, like you say, now you got to pay separate. You can't take a picture of them at the table anymore. You've got to, this is the autograph, and then tomorrow we will do the pictures, and you just walk in, and then.
It's funny that you say that. Because I watch wrestling, of course, and when we went to go see AEW in Vegas, they had a WrestleCon the day before. So we went there, and Ricky Steamboat was there, and Ricky Steamboat's like one of my all-time favorites. And he was there, but he was charging, oh God, it was like, I think $75 or $85 for a signature, and another like $50 for a picture. And I was like, man, I'm not gonna, I love Ricky Steamboat, but I'm not gonna pay that kind of money. And what I had my friend do, because they were with us, he stood off to the side, and I went up to talk to Steamboat, and I said, Mr. Steamboat, I've always loved your work. I loved, seeing your matches. The match between you and Flair is, probably my all-time favorite, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is he looked at me, and he sat back, and he like crossed his arms, and he's all, I've seen you before. I'm almost positive I know you. And I'm like, no, Mr. Steamboat, I've, it's the first time I've ever met you. Trust me, I would remember. And the funny thing is just a couple of months before, I was at a local indie one here. It's called PCW Ultra. And the Great Muta was there as the special guest. And he actually wrestled. And I went and got his autograph and stuff because I think it was free or it was $10 or whatever. And, oh, geez. I know Hamill's way more than that.
And so is Shatner.
Oh, Shatner's like $500 now.
Yeah, and then you got to pay that kind of money. Then they charge a little bit more if you want to spend some private time with them in a group.
Exactly.
Setting.
Yep.
So yeah, and that's another thing. You got to pay that money, that kind of fee for the autograph, and then that kind of fee for the picture. And then if you want to get the golden pass, which is the right thing. They're getting a lot of gold out of it, and
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you could spend close to $1,000 trying to get the whole package, especially for Shatner.
So back to the story. So Muta's looking at me, and I'm getting his autograph. He looks up, and he has broken English since he's Japanese, and he looks up at me. He's all, you look. He was all, you Mexican? And I'm like, yeah, I'm Mexican. And he's all, you look like Mexican Dusty Rhodes.
Oh, you told me that. Okay, yes.
So he thinks and I told that story to Steamboat. I said, well, I met Muta just a couple of months ago. I go, of course, the Great Muta. He's like, yeah, of course. We wrestled. I wrestled Japan, blah, blah. I go, he said, jokingly, he said I look like a Mexican Dusty Rhodes. And then Steamboat went, and he looks at me, he's like, maybe that's it. So we talked, and since my buddy was off to the side, he was taking pictures the whole time of me. And there's perfect one of me shaking Ricky's hands, Steamboat's hands. And we talked for a good 5-10 minutes because he didn't have anybody come around him. They weren't doing it. But there was a guy standing right next to him. I guess it was security, making sure that he wasn't like taking money on the side to for pictures or autographs. Because I actually did that with one of the other wrestlers. I met him and there was no one around him. James Storm. I don't know if you know who he is. But I met him and I was like, hey, James Storm, how's it going? And he's like, oh, doing good. He was drinking a beer. I go, hey, can I get a picture with you? He's like, yeah. He goes like this. He's all, just give me $10. He goes, I know they're charging $25. He goes, just give me $10. He goes, we'll take a picture right now. I was like, shit, here you go, $10. So yeah, he gave me an autograph and we took a picture arm in arm and he, did the whole thing. And I was like, oh, cool.
This is who my brother's talking about. Erica Liniak.
Yep.
From Under Siege. She was right in front when you walked in.
Yeah.
She was, she was hot in the movie and hot back then too. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm sexist. I'm old. I'm a male.
That's not being sexist saying she's beautiful. She is beautiful.
Oh, no, I said she was hot. And then I asked her an odd, awkward question, and I forget how I was like, oh, yeah, I just referred to her being nude, and I was thinking about her being nude right there. Oh my God, I forget how I asked the question. I just cringed. And she saw that I cringed. And there was a little crack on the lip. She was like, any other smart questions? God, she was quick, man. She knew I was mortified mentally.
But if I'm not mistaken, didn't she have her Playboy issue on the table to sign?
Oh, probably. I didn't see that.
I think I remember that she had her issue on there, and it was like $30 or something. She would sign it.
She was very friendly, and she was very sharp. Like I said, she's like, any other smart questions? Oh my God, I wanted to die, and I couldn't talk to her for the rest of the 2 days that she was there. It's like, oh shit, I want.
Remember, no,
it was cool though.
It was 3 days, but remember,
she wasn't there on Sunday.
No one was there on Sunday.
John Billingsley.
Shit, we were the only ones there on Sunday. I'm telling you, Almighty, that was the worst con I've ever been to.
They had like 4. They had horror, anime, science fiction, and God knows what the other one was. Oh, comic books.
Yeah,
superheroes.
And it was just, it was not good.
My daughter got an autographed picture of Dirk Benedict, Starbuck in the original, for 1 cent. Of course, she was a really cute 6-year-old at the time. But that's what you do, man. Let's see. My brother says yes. I got to. Okay. Did he see the book there, or did he see the original book?
But see, that's what you do when your kids are young. You send them to some place and let them
Oh,
get
Almighty, you haven't heard his story. That
Who?
rat bastard. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the professionals. We're having a blast. We're doing very well. Completely unexpected.
What the
This has
fuck was
been
that
fun.
fart? I mean, I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
That wasn't me.
No, that was him. That was
Oh,
his
what?
laugh.
Well,
Oh,
whoever it is, you can take a
Yeah.
break and change your pants. I mean, that's fine. We can fill in while you're gone, changing your pants and wiping your ass like Joe Biden.
Wow! Wow!
So what happened was my youngest daughter was probably
Our daughter, my daughter was there.
okay. See, Annika would have been so she was maybe 12 years old, maybe 10, maybe 11, and the con was of course Thursday through or actually Wednesday, the previous night. So anyway,
I do apologize, folks. This is a real story. Comic-Con, right?
she broke her upper arm. She broke the bone.
It was nasty.
At home, she fell off the bed because her little sister, who was probably a year and a half, 2 years, was gonna fall off the bed. She went to catch her, and she landed on her shoulder and she broke it. But it was so high up they couldn't cast it, so they just put her in a sling. So I was like, well, Mija, I guess you're not gonna be able to go to the con. She's like, no, I want to go. So I asked the doctor, and the doctor says she'll be fine as long as they don't grab it by right where she broke it. I'm like, okay. I go, do you want to go? Yes. So she's in her sling, and I'm driving to Comic-Con, and I keep looking at her sling, and her sling is dark blue. And I keep looking at it, I'm like, Mija, silver Sharpie and gold Sharpie would look really good on that sling. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, nothing. No, for now, nothing. I spent the next day and a half, every single creator that I could think of that I saw, I had them sign her sling.
Oh my god!
It got to the point. This is fun.
Dude,
this is even funnier. It got to the point where after, now remember it's a 4-day con, so after 2 days, her sling was entirely signed by 20, 25 artists and writers. So so that would have been Friday. So at Friday night when we left there, I went to a hospital supply place and got her another sling, same color, so I could continue. Antoine Carr. Yeah.
Continue your story, Kramer.
So we go back, and that one I start to fill up, and she's starting to get the idea of what I'm doing. She's like, "Who's that person, Dad? And who's this person, Dad?" And she's like, "Is he worth money?" And she's like, "We can sell this thing on eBay."
Damn. Caught on, man, like that.
We're not gonna do that. So, anyways, I ended up getting Michael Turner, who was, at the time, I think it was about 2 years before he passed, way too young. And he was, of course, at his Aspen booth, and his line was humongous. So what I was doing with a lot of the artists is I would not cut the line, but I would go on the front of the line, and I would usually ask the assistant, say, "Hey, my daughter, my daughter has a broken arm." I go, "She doesn't have any books, but she just wants, him to sign the sling." So I did the same thing with Michael Turner. Huge ass line. People had stacks and stacks, and he was just signing away, being nice. And I saw one of them say, I go, "Excuse me," and she comes over. She's like, "Yeah, how can I help you?" I said, "Yeah." I go, "My daughter doesn't have any books." I go, "But she loves Michael Turner." The daughter didn't even know who the hell he was. I go, "She loves Michael Turner and his, in Aspen. Is it possible that he could maybe sign her sling because it's, she has a broken arm?" And of course, the assistant looks at her. It's a 12-year-old girl with the big eyes, doing the sad face I told her to do.
Oh my gosh!
I'm telling you, man. And
You're
she's
teaching
like, "Hold
her
on."
to be a con artist. This is amazing.
She goes over. She's like, hold on a second. Let me see what I can do. And she
Not
walks
that I
over.
wouldn't have done the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So it just so happened that Michael Turner was done doing a stack of books for a fan, and before the next fan came up, she interrupted him. She's like, she tapped on so she could say something, and she pointed to us and to my daughter, and he looks over and he smiles real big. He's like, "Yeah, come on over." He's all, "Come behind the table." So he has Janelle come behind the table. He sits her on top of the table while all these people are waiting to get their book signed, and he spends 5, almost 10 minutes with her, just talking to her. "Oh, how you doing? How you enjoying the con? Oh, how'd you break your arm? But you protected your little sister. That's great." And the whole time, he signs the thing and he just talks to her. He had like crackers and stuff. He's like, "Oh, would you like some crackers? This and that." Sweetest guy. And and I'm just thinking, God, I'm going to hell for doing this.
And there's nothing the fans can say, because who's going to yell
Yeah,
at a 12-year-old girl?
Yeah, exactly. And then
kick him out alive. What are you talking about?
and the biggest one I got was we were walking and Jim Lee was doing the drawing for the auction that was going to be later on the next day, and he was way over in the corner doing his thing, and we were trying to get to him, and I'm trying to figure out how am I going to get over there, and a different artist sees us. He's like, "What's up?" I go, "I'm trying to see if I can get Jim Lee's attention." I go, "My daughter wants him to sign her sling because she broke her arm." She really do the whole thing. She really loves his art. She loves the way he's doing Batman. Blah blah blah. So the guy's like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "Hey, Jim." He's all, "Jim." And all of a sudden, Jim Lee turns around. He's all, "This little girl wants your autograph." So Jim Lee, same thing, gets her, has her go behind the counter. He talks to her. She comes back with a big old smile on her face. He signed his name and did a Batman sketch on her sling.
Oh my!
All in
Do
all,
you still have the sling?
yes, they're in storage. I saw them just the other
Are they in a
time.
picture? Are they in a frame?
No, I need to get them framed. But everything is still good. But all in all, I probably got over 50, maybe close to 60 signatures, and
You would never have been able to score that.
I have
not been for that sling.
I had no shame because I was just going up, cutting in lines. I got Sergio Aragonis.
The thing is, it was
Well,
broken.
he usually does stuff for you anyway.
Yeah, and then Carmine Infantino, which is one of the creators of the Flash.
Right.
And oh God, what's his name? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But he's the guy who created the Joker. So I was in Artist Alley. I was in Artist Alley, and they were sitting next to each other.
Well, wasn't that Finger?
No, it wasn't Bill Finger. It was
Well, then I don't know. I didn't know if it was early enough for Finger, because I know Finger did a lot of stuff for Batman then, and what's his name took all the credit.
Yes, he did.
But anyway, that's awesome. I wonder if my daughter would let me break her arm.
She's older though now.
Again, I go to prison now. I just like, what? That's child abuse. No,
it's how you.
There we go. Jerry Robinson. It was Jerry Robinson.
Okay, all right.
And Bill Finger also. So it was Bob Kane, Bill Finger, and Jerry Robinson. But Jerry Robinson was sitting next to Carmine Infantino on Artist Alley. So I got Infantino to sign it, and then I got Jerry Robinson to sign it. And after he signed it, she's like, "Who are those old guys?" And he heard. He's like, "Oh, he helped create the Flash. I helped create the Joker." He's all, "You don't realize how important those signatures you just got are." She's like, "Really?" She's like, "Dad, let's go sell it on eBay." And I'm like, "No."
Oh my. Did they hear it?
Yeah. Oh. They laughed.
She's a young kid, had no idea, but that was her answer.
But look at the lessons that you're teaching. You're teaching about capitalism, how to con people out of items to sell on eBay.
NCAA.
So,
oh my God, did you see him?
So,
I
mean, you taught her important life lessons that day. I mean, you were making her street smart and corporate smart. I mean,
the one
was awesome.
The one I the one I was not able to get. There was only one person, and she wanted, and it made me feel really bad because this is the one that she really wanted. And what it was is one of the booths had the original voice of Tinkerbell. And I went in there.
What do you mean by that? Was it a tape or?
No. It was the actress.
Oh, the actor that voiced her. Oh,
yeah, the actor that voiced her. She was there. She was
again.
older, and I was like, "Oh," I go, "My daughter doesn't have anything for her to sign. She was all, but she, if possible, she would really love her to sign, the sling. And as you can see, all the other artists have already done it. And the lady who ran the booth was like, no, you have to, it has to be signed on a piece of paper or a comic, and it's $150. I go, but she just wants just a quick hello, and she's like, no, you can't do it. I was okay, thank you very much, and walk away. I'm just like, bitch.
Oh my god!
Yeah, she was the only one out of everyone that I tried.
So I guess your daughter wasn't a fan anymore.
Well,
See,
not a
she
fan of
lost-
that lady.
Then see, that's another life lesson that you taught her, that people can be bitches, and then you
Yep.
got to turn around and get some payback. I mean, yeah, there was an educational day there, big dog. What a teaching moment.
It was an educational weekend.
Oh
Oh my God.
gee.
My brother actually said no to Steve Howe. Wow. That's funny.
Huh.
That's funny.
I don't
I
get
remember
drunk
the-
if you sign the ball.
That woman was being mean, though. I mean, it
Okay,
wasn't like,
yeah, that was, dude.
And-
that was
well,
mean.
Maybe she's
especially
been
in front
around
of
the
the
block
kid.
a few times and she knows that they pulled this shit on her in the past. It could have been that.
Yeah, but she could have been nicer about it in front of
Yeah.
a girl.
Well, sometimes people just don't have a
But
good
then
day.
again,
never know.
maybe she was from New York.
Nah.
Oh, well, it was funny. The worst one that I ever had, other than Aroyd, was he was just a dick that night. It was Gary Ward. No one knew who the hell he was. He was with the Rangers, and the Yankees got him in 1983. My father took me to the game, and he was outside of Angel Stadium when the fans, and everyone was walking around him, and no one knew it was him, but I knew it was him.
Well, maybe
And-
that's why. Maybe that's why he was
Well-
mad, because no one was recognizing him.
Well, it's funny because I went up to him and I said, "Excuse me, Mr. Ward, may I have your autograph?" No. I was like, okay, walked away. And it was funny because I had the ability to recognize people at the time. I like Wayne Tollison, who was with the Rangers, eventually became a Yankee also. He walked out, I'm like, that's Wayne. And I went to get his address, or not his address, excuse me, his autograph, and he did. Dick Schofield came out, got his address, autograph. It's tax season, sorry. I'm getting everyone's address right now.
I still remind.
And
Go ahead.
while Aroyd was the dick, I went on April 16, 2002. That's when I got in a shouty match with John Rocker. Oh my God. It was great.
Jeez.
Oh yeah. You don't know that story?
I think you've told it. but
Okay, yeah. I'm not going to bore everyone with that one
that's what
again.
it is. I recognize the name. I mean,
Yeah, John Rock. I got into a shouty match with that dumb hick.
I mean,
but-
he was with Cleveland for a while, so yeah.
Right. Well, that's what the thing I threw in his face. This was when he was with Rangers. Anyway, Aroyd comes out, and there's like me with my posse. There was about 4 or 5 of us, and maybe 2 other guys. And someone came out, and we were talking to him, and all of a sudden, Aroyd comes by, and we're like, oh, wow. And he was coming, and he passed like right in between us. And someone said, hey, Rod, how about an autograph? Oh, yeah, maybe next time. What a dick. There was like 7 of us out there. Big. And we were just like, what a dick. But Steve Rogers, the big, tall lefty with the Rangers, who was with the Yankees, saw what happened, and we were just like, what a dick, but we didn't make a scene. He came right out directly to us. He said, hey, what's up, guys? And we were like, oh! And he was bitching, dude. And he says, hey, you guys got anything want to sign? He asked us. And the guy had him a ball. I gave him like a card. And he got the ball, and he had a ballpoint, and he took his time autographing it, shooting the shit with us. The Angels came back to win that game, and he's, yeah, hard luck. We lost tonight. He shot the shit with us for about 15, 20 minutes, dude. I mean, wow.
See, now I've been turned down.
Didn't
twice.
have to do that shit, dude.
I got turned down twice, but they were really good about it. And what it was,
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
yeah, this was at the Forum, and this is when you could actually walk down the tunnel about halfway down before the guards would really
can't do, that
do anything. So Kareem just happened to have his car parked about halfway, so I saw him walking. So I started, and no one else had noticed, so I started walking towards him, and I got right when he got to his car. He had just opened the door, and I got to him, and I said, "Oh, Mr. Abdul-Jabbar." I go, "Hi, can I have your autograph?" And he looks at me, and he said, He's like, no. He goes, I really don't do autographs. He's all, I don't like autographs. He's all, I believe in handshakes. He's all, I'll give you a handshake if you want.
Wow.
Oh, and I was just like, shit, that's even better than than an
Yeah,
autograph.
really.
And those
Wow.
humongous hands. But it was a firm handshake, real good handshake. And I go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. He's like, okay. I go, great game. He's like, thank you. He's all, thank you for supporting us. And then the other one was Magic. I met Magic as he came out of the tunnel way. And I went up to him, same thing. Hey, can I have your autograph? And everybody else had kind of noticed that he was coming, or that he was there, and he had stopped his car. And he looked at me, and he looked at all the crowd coming. He's like, dude, because if I give you an autograph, because I got to do it for everyone. He goes, and I got to get going. He's all, but I'll give you a handshake.
Wow.
Same thing. Good big old handshake, big old hands. So even though I was turned down twice, I still got a better end of it. And of course, the one I regret, because to this day I don't know who it is. I think it was Fat Lever, but I'm not positive. But we were walking out of the game, and Hollywood Park was adjacent to the Forum for Almighty, in case you didn't know. So a lot of the players parked in Hollywood Park. So I was walking with a buddy of mine, and of course I had the program, and I saw Alex English, of course the star, of the Denver Nuggets at the time in the mid '80s. And I was, Mr. English, hey, can I have your autograph? He's like, sure. He was standing next to a guy who was just a bit shorter than him. Now Alex English is about 6'6", 6'7", so the guy was about 6'4", 6'5", standing next to him, and he looked familiar to me, but I wasn't sure. So Alex English is signing, hey, great game, I go, sorry you lost, but you had a great game. And he's like, yeah, it was a good game, it was fun. So he gives me his autograph. I go, thank you so much. And the other guy looked like he was waiting for me to ask him.
Oh,
and
it happens, dude.
I just closed the thing and I walked away.
Oh
And
man.
afterwards, I'm thinking,
you can tell, dude.
I think
it's
that
like,
was
damn.
I think that was Fat Lever who was there. I think he was their shooting guard at the time. But
My brother
I'm not
talks
sure.
about the time.
You hurt his feelings, big dog.
Yeah.
I did.
My brother's talking about the time
He's
Phil
probably still
Negro.
having emotional issues in therapy about that.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
Oh yeah.
My brother and my dad went to a game when I was in school, and it was the time when I don't know if the Angels or the Yankees went back to back to back. Phil Negro was pitching that game. They saw him come out of the stadium and they asked him for an autograph, and he said no. And I was like, really? That's a bummer. I did not know that part of the story, but I do know what my brother's talking about. Phil Negro.
I would have had him spit on the ball.
Dave Winfield, you couldn't get his autograph. Dave Winfield would walk out and he would get mobbed because everyone wanted his autograph. And one time, my dad and I were watching the Dave Winfield, and I thought it sucked. He was getting put, backed in against the wall.
Oh wow.
And then he's, hey, look, there's Don Mattingly. That was funny. No, Don wasn't there, but that was funny when that was his defense mechanism.
Well, he's about to get crushed.
Yeah, and,
he's a big guy, isn't he? Like 6'6".
Yeah, and I was going to so many Angel games in the 90s and 2000s that I was there when Jim Edmonds made his debut, Lee Stevens, DiSarcina, and they would come out and I would get their autograph. And I have Edmonds, I have DiSarcina's, and Lee Stevens, among those and others.
Did
It so happened.
Did you ever get a chance to get Rod Carew? Or was he already gone?
He was there, but I never saw Rod Carew.
Okay.
You'd see the away team more than anything else.
Okay.
The weirdest one was Dick Schofield, because he came out. It was his rookie year, and he, he seemed like nervous. Well, how do you know? And he kind of was coming to me like, Mr. Schofield, may I have your autograph? I mean, I knew who he was. He's probably like, the fuck is this guy? But he did. He gave me his autograph, and I've got to find him. I have so many, but the one that I didn't know, my father pushed me. He pulled a Gamma. It was like 1982. It was 1983.
Oh, that's how you told me that one. Yeah,
we were at Dodger Stadium, so I was 13 or 14, and the Cubs were leaving, and he pushed me forward, and I went up, and I was a teenager, but young, and the guys were just coming up and signing. And the friendliest one, he was talking to everyone. I'm like, yeah, I'll get to you. Hey, send your kid. It was funny. And the kids were coming forward and he was signing. And when I saw him, I had seen him pitch before. And I was like, thank you, sir. Thank you. He says, you enjoy that, young man. Thank you. I go back. My father knew who it was. He didn't bother to tell me. I finally got back and I realized, holy shit, this was Ferguson Jenkins. I saw him on TV later. I'm like, I know who that is. Eventual Hall of Famer. He was so cool, dude. The Cuts players were really cool. And I got several others. I didn't know who the F they were until later.
Who was the one that you said? I think it was your father that could have gotten the autograph and didn't because it wasn't the player he wanted.
Los Angeles. The Yankees were in town, and my father was, and I forget the name of the player now, but I did tell this story, and I did correlate as to, it was a catcher first baseman, but if I remember correctly, it was Moose Skowron, who actually even died here in Los Angeles.
And that's who. That's right. That's who your father wanted.
He came up to my father.
Oh, okay.
And he said, "Would you like my autograph?" I don't want yours. I want his. Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris were walking in, and the guy was like, "Okay." But I want them. And my father to this day, and he regretted it. He said, and my father worked for Angelica, a major linen service in Southern California. So he had access to the hospitals. He could walk in, do everything. And he found out that the player was ill. He was hospitalized, and he was going to go back and apologize to him. But Elston Howard. Okay, yes, I think it was, okay, it was one of those. Thank you, my brother. But you see, my brother knows the story. My father regretted it, and he was there for a while, and he didn't go in and apologize to him. He meant to apologize to him, but he didn't get around, didn't get the opportunity. It was a bummer, and he passed away. Because I wasn't certain of them, so I looked it up.
Fireworks, yeah.
By you, Big Dog?
Yeah.
That was loud, dude. I heard that one clearly. So we've all had experiences. Most of them have been great for me.
Yeah. I even saved
Gary Ward was a dick.
I even saved Mitch Kupchak from getting hit by a car while he was giving me his autograph.
Wow.
If I would have known then what I knew now how he was going to treat the Lakers, I would let him get hit. But
it's not a car got hit.
Sounds like you, Big Dog. I after the stories you just told, yeah,
I've
probably push him.
I do have quite a few autographs. It's funny, and I stopped asking for autographs just because I guess I was older, and just having the chance to speak to the individuals was really something. But I still tell you, I was so blown away by Steve Rogers. He saw what happened, and we were in our early 20s, and I know he walked over to us because we weren't being dicks. We were just like, what a dick. But we didn't make a scene.
Yeah, but he's Captain America. He's gonna do that.
Mm-hmm. The one I regret not getting.
There's a lot of ones that we regret.
Well, but this one, and you probably appreciate. You guys both probably would appreciate it. But at Frankensons about 10 years ago, they had the opportunity to get the infield, the four Dodgers.
Oh, and he told me about that.
And it was.
And I saw the price, and I'm like, nah, it's not going to happen.
No, that's the recent one. No, about 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, they did one originally, and it was going to be, of course, Garvey, Lopes, Russell, and Say. And they were going to sign you had your choice of either a base or home plate.
Wow.
And they would sign it. And for all four of them, it was going to be, I think, $150 for all four, including the base.
That's a bargain.
And I passed on it.
Well, and of course, didn't realize how well it went that when they went back, each one was like $150. I told Big Dog, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah, the prices now that some of these guys charge is just incredible.
So, let me ask you something here. Have you ever been recognized in public from the show or the program?
Roger has.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they think he's a singer, though. But that's a whole nother story.
Oh no, that's another one altogether. the funny thing is, when I would do Uber and Lyft, and I was in a real hardcore Latin neighborhood, and I had my beard and stuff, and I wore the derby just like him, and I would walk into like restaurants to pick up people, or I was on my break when I was driving Uber and Lyft, and oh my god, I could see the older ladies; their hearts were fluttering, and I'm like, ah, shit, it's always the older ones, damn it. Because I looked like him a lot, and I really do. I posted a picture of the guy, and I didn't say anything, and people were asking me, Raj, when was that? Oh, that's my doppelganger, dude. And
Or you're his.
no, that's my doppelganger.
I
I have been recognized several times for NDB Media, my sports program. Now, my brother Lewis met a lot of people at Disneyland because my brother would chat him up because he could smell the tourists. You know, you can tell, and he would just chat him up, and they would start talking. And I think my brother said there was 2, maybe even 3 times that he met people from Australia, and they knew of us, NDB Media. They're like, yeah, there's you guys are this program over here. Yeah, my brother does that program because of Alan Carter.
They're probably friends of AJ Maggot.
Funny. It turns out that whenever anyone in Australia is interviewed anywhere, it's announced in the country.
Well, it's such a small place.
Yeah, a local kid gets interviewed, and we didn't know. But we joked about it for the longest time that we were absolutely huge in Australia.
How about you, Almighty? Have you been recognized?
Yes.
Cool.
My brother says I met Joe Montana at the Irvine Spectrum.
Wow.
We're doing a big autograph section for a bunch of athletes. Changed to go to the restroom, and Joe Montana was coming out from the back parking lot, and he looked at me like, don't you know who I am? That's funny. Big Dog and I laugh of the commercial that was out a few years ago where it had 3 Heisman Trophy winners. They're watching a football game. And, you know, it's like they go from back and forth. Each one does the Heisman Trophy thing. And each one does it, like 3 of them or 4 of them. And then they look at Joe Montana.
Who did win
Who did not win the Heisman Trophy. And all he does is this. Hi, boys. And each ring has a Super Bowl ring. And they're all like,
yeah.
It was a great commercial.
That was a good one.
Oh my God, Big Dog and I said, did you see that commercial? We died laughing. That was a great one. Because you those are A1 personalities, dude. To be in that commercial. Oh, it was cool. Because all Montana just is this. Shows the rings. He's got one for each and every finger, man. Wow.
Years ago when I was doing the comic book show on YouTube, I was at the Pittsburgh Con, and someone comes up and says, hey, aren't you the guy on that? I said, yeah. You know, and I'm
so you have been recognized.
So I'm like, holy fuck. I didn't think anybody watched a damn thing. so yeah, I was recognized. It was like, it was cool. I mean, it's like, oh wow, I was recognized. And it gives you that feeling of like, yeah, I'm the guy.
I want to give a shout out to Gridiron Girl. Thank you, Gridiron Girl, for the love. We got one right now. The best autograph I have is when I went to Soldier of Fortune Convention. I ran into Colonel Tibbets, the guy who dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. Okay, I can safely say this. Dan Schlossberg, you all know him, does Travelich Radio on our network, and he also did Braves Banter. But Travelich Radio, his co-host for the first so many years was Christine Tibbets. That name is so unique that it's like there's got to be something. So one day I sent her a message, and I was fishing. I said, Christine, are you by chance related in any way whatsoever to Colonel Paul Tibbets? And she always answered florid answers. You know, it was great. Her English was phenomenal, and it was poetry. All she said was, yes. And I was like, okay. Do you know that Colonel Paul Tibbets, his gravestone is unmarked? because he did not want it to be a site for
Mhm.
or against the. Yeah, so you know that story. I was surprised to know that.
I don't know the story, but I understand what you were going to say.
It's unmarked. Okay, fair enough. And I appreciate
I
that,
might
Almighty.
not, but it's like, okay, it makes sense because you don't want it to be a tourist thing and all
Yeah.
or whatever, or have it damaged because of the, so
Yeah.
it's unfortunate that, I mean, as long as relatives know where they're at, I guess it doesn't matter, but it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. I learned that many years ago, but my God, my brother met Colonel Paul Tibbets. Wow. What a weight that he and everyone on the Enola Gay had. And in addition to that one, the one for Nagasaki as well. What a weight on their shoulders. And
Yeah.
yeah, I've read that Paul Tibbets took it to his grave. It always weighed on him.
Oh yeah, something like that. Of course. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, the
yeah.
amount of damage, the amount, I mean, the people alone that were killed, and I mean, you were doing your duty, but still, you wiped out a city.
Lewis, I did not know that story. You blew me away on that one. Lewis, you got to get your camera, buddy. You got to get it and you got to be on. Use your damn iPhone, damn it. But anyway, it's okay. He'll be on. My brother did a few programs on Blog Talk Radio as well. Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on. The man that should have got the credit was the Bombardier, and he committed suicide.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's a lot of weight to carry. For years and years, or even if it wasn't years and years, even if it was a short amount of time. I mean, it's still the fact. Like you said, all the death. You ended a city. You ended a war. You ended a world war.
Yep.
I mean, that's a lot to carry on you.
And it's
And you're
interesting, gentlemen.
and you're the one that dropped it. So I
Yeah.
mean,
I
Yeah.
can imagine, because I have no idea. I can only imagine the weight they carried. And what really sucks in history is they dropped that bomb to end the war. And nowadays, some people would even call it woke. The view in history by some people is no, 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 no. We didn't drop that bomb to stop the war. We dropped that bomb to intimidate the Russians. No, Truman wanted to stop the war. But okay, a lot of other stuff came to light later. But I still, as a student of history, I reject that. I reject that opinion, that thinking.
Just a quick question, or
Yeah.
yeah, quick question. Would you guys have wanted it to maybe have been, because Tibbets is the one that pressed the button to
He was
drop
the
the bomb.
pilot.
Okay,
Yes.
well, whoever it was that dropped the bomb, do you think maybe they should have done it like the way they do the firing squads, where there's only actually one bullet, but there's 7 people, so no one knows who actually has the bullet? Where you might have had, like, say, 3 guys there, and they each hit a button, and none of the 3 knows who actually did it. Do you think that might have
No,
been easier on the
no
person?
one, Lewis, no one. Oh, I apologize, Peter. No one thought that.
No,
They
I
just
know,
had
but
no idea. No,
yeah,
they didn't. They had an idea what they were doing, but even then, they didn't know the whole thing. This thing was so secret. They knew what they were going to do, but they didn't even know that it was an atomic bomb, dude. They just knew it was a new high caliber weapon. Everyone, and I guess we're getting into history. Tibbets and the crew knew something was up because the way you would arm the bomb, or I'm sorry, the way you load the bombs, the undercarriage brings it up. But this bastard was so big that think of an auto shop. You know how you can go down to look up to the trucks.
yeah.
That's what they had to do for these bombs. The B-29 would come over a break in the ground, and the bomb came through there and up. And it was very difficult to load it because it was so heavy. But I don't know the whole thing, but I have seen the images that I think they went 6 feet down. That's a big, and it is really sad. Um, just by the design, Peter, no one thought of anything like that. No one knew They didn't know about the fallout, dude. They didn't know anything.
Well, maybe not at that level. I mean, I'm pretty sure up higher and the scientists, they all knew what was going to happen.
Actually, we didn't know. That's why they did the tests in the Bikini Atoll and stuff, and they didn't know. They learned the hard way. Did you guys
I,
know a tiny bit of trivia? I'm sorry, Big Dog. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I find it hard to believe that the guys who invented it did not know the destruction that it was capable of.
They knew what they could do in theory. They knew the power, but no one knew the effects. No one did. And they learned the hard way. Did you know
Weren't
that
they-
the cancer... Go ahead, Omani.
I was going to say, weren't some of them thinking that the bomb could actually incinerate the atmosphere? They didn't know what was going to happen. How big? This
Oh my
explosion
God,
was
that's
gonna
right.
be.
Oh yeah, there. What guys? I should probably do a program on this.
But you know,
there were
you're right. I
worries
mean,
of what it could do.
they were afraid that, oh my gosh, this could wipe us all out, because they didn't know how much power was behind this thing. But you know, it was either.
Oh my God! Look, that's exactly what my brother is saying. White Sands, New Mexico was the first time they used it, and they were taking baths to see they were going to set fire to the atmosphere or not. Man, they were taking bets. I don't think it was baths. I think they were taking bets. Oh, hey guys, this is going to incinerate all of us. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff. You can look on Google Maps and look for Trinity, and it's usually gated. There is a thing where Trinity went off, but at certain times of the year, you can actually go to the monument where the nuclear bomb went off. But I was going to tell you guys that in St. George, Utah, in the corner, it's along the 15 in the southwest corner. It is the cancer capital of the world, or at least the cancer capital of the United States, because of all the fallout from the test zone. It went east, and it irradiated the desert and into St. George. That I think the percentage of cancer killing someone is like 1%. Here, entire family lines were just decimated. Blows all the insurance tables. It's like 4 out of every 10 family members died of cancer. It's horrible, dude.
Is that
in
still
St. George?
Is that still going on?
The last time I saw something about it was like in the 90s or 2000s, but the DNA, the genes, they're irradiated. So when they passed it on, they
keep passing it on. Okay. Well, I don't know the half-life of all that stuff too. I don't know how long it's going to take it for the radiation actually to go down. I don't know anything. I mean, I know that you hear that it might take centuries to get rid of some radiation. So but wasn't there that kind of problem around 3 Mile as well?
That's a good question. I think there is. I don't pretend to know all, but Fukushima.
Well, I'm just off the top of my head. I mean, because that place was a junkyard. I mean, that turned out to be whatever. I'm just saying that it was not the safest, as we know, it was not the safest nuclear plant in the world.
And then Chernobyl.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, wow. That was bad.
That one was bad.
Yeah.
Well, it still is.
Yeah. But now it's a tourist place.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Of all things.
Of all things.
But you can go and see all the stuff that was left behind when people evacuated. It's really eerie to look at the pictures, but it's like, okay, that's and you call us capitalists. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Actually, Lewis, I beg to differ. It's actually Hiroshima, and it is on my bucket list. I want to go there. When you see the images of Hiroshima, that church that survived, it's in the middle of a river. So if you guys think of in Paris, in the Seine where the cathedral is, it's on like that little island in the Seine. It's kind of like that. And that is, it's crazy. It's the city is built up and everything, but you see what's left of that building. And it's horrible, man. I do want to go there myself. I hope to go. I do want to go to Nagasaki as well. But it was... Yeah, the aesthetic or the clinical planning that they had. Okay, if Hiroshima's not there, there's your alternate site. And alternate if they're not available based on weather. Same thing happened with Nagasaki. I think I forget which city was the alternate site. But oh my god. No, Lewis, it's not an issue of being sorry, brother. It's all good, man. It's just I do know that one in Hiroshima it's a big deal. And or Hiroshima, depends on how you pronounce it. Wow. We have been all over the place in these last hour and a half, folks. We've really covered it a lot. I know that if we put our minds to it, we could easily have conversations about any and all of this stuff. Let me tell you, Almighty, I'm stunned, brother. You're already into the next day, man. Please tell me you're not going to work tomorrow, or for you today.
Yeah, it is Tuesday. So,
yes, you're right, Lewis. You're right. August 6th, 75th anniversary. Well, they did celebrate it in Japan, or remember it in Japan.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going too, guys, because I can tell I need to eat.
Actually, I think I need to
low.
as well. Folks, we did 3.5 hours, and I was hoping to get 45 minutes.
Well,
and we did. This was absolutely awesome.
Well, we got on a roll, so it happens.
We did. We actually discussed quite a bit, and it was a lot of fun.
So this
Almighty,
was
don't ever ask me again, Almighty. Just join us, man.
This was kind of like LA County time. You know, something's supposed to take 45 minutes, but instead it's 3.5 hours.
For a break?
No, I'm just picking on Raj because he works for LA County.
Oh, I see. I get it now. I get it.
That's why he has his head down. He has his head down because he is cussing me out.
Is it like the construction workers where one guy's working and 3 of them are watching him?
Yep.
Like, yeah, make sure you get that right.
Because they all have a certain job to do, and they can't do anybody else's. They can't help each other out.
No, but you always see people standing around waiting for their turn to do their job. It's pretty. They're making $20 or more dollars an hour just to stand there with a shovel.
It's pretty
interesting.
My ex-brother-in-law used to work
a lot more than that.
My ex-brother-in-law used to work for the city of Glendora. He used to work in the city of Glendora, and I asked him about that. I go, because he worked on the streets, fixing the pavement and stuff. And I said, so how does that work? I go, every time I pass by, there's like one guy working and 3 guys standing. He said, yeah. He goes, one of them's like the driver, so he backs up the truck to the spot. He goes, then you got the other guy that runs the backhoe to dig it up. He goes, then the other guy's with the shovel, and he digs it out. And he goes, and after he put all the tar down, then there's the guy that runs the roller on it. He goes, so everybody has their specific job, and if it's not their turn yet, they just stand around and watch. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Roger's not denying it.
Well, you can't deny it because you drive by and you see it.
March 28th, 2024 is when I retire. On March 29th, oh my God, am I going to be spilling the beans?
March 28th, he retires, and March 29th, the book comes out.
The stories will fly.
Are you going to tell us how you guys spend all your budget to make sure you get a raise the next year?
Ladies and gentlemen, The Professionals has been brought to you by the Almighty, the Big Dog, and Scorekeeper. All I can say is that I am a prodigious spender because that's my job.
Hey, never mind. I'm just poking fun because I've seen it in action, and it's like they buy. I mean, I've heard
both of you dumb bastards made me flinch tonight. Okay,
they don't let it. Let's just say they don't let them buy furniture anymore.
No, one place, they bought brand new computers, even though they didn't need them, to make sure they can get their 6% raise in the next year.
Okay. As long as
a guy I knew in the Air Force, all of a sudden, all these new Pepsi machines showed up. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it goes back to the $500 hammer.
Well, that's cheap. That's cheap.
We just buy a lot of them. That's all.
Yeah.
I will say this, that there's a politician that is in trouble right now. And I keep saying to myself, when are they going to get to me? That's all I can say. And I am but just a tiny one of hundreds. And that's it. And I just keep saying, well, when are they going to ask? I can't say anymore right now, but it's funny.
But, but anyway,
I'm nobody, folks, but let me tell you.
There's your cat.
yeah,
What's your cat's name?
Kitty.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he already said that one. The
Yeah,
funniest one,
it
folks.
took me days to come up with that.
It's impressive.
I know.
We are limited by the amount of monies that we can do, and I was given a task to complete something which cost a lot more than the allotted maximum that I could buy without higher authorities. So I about 25 years ago, that's long after, I would buy it in pieces.
I was about to say that.
Okay, I bought it in pieces. It was something. That's all I'm going to say. You can't pin it on me. And then the sheriff's department of LA County got nailed for buying a helicopter in pieces. And my first thing was, son of a bitch, I'm not the only one. And they got nailed for it. And
well, I'm sure everybody knows the secrets.
I dumbass thought I was the only one.
Yeah, but maybe, I mean, Big Dog, do you know anybody on the sheriff's department that you could give this tip to? Or did your daughter pass it on? So, it's
daughter.
Well, the way you've been
the sheriff's
teaching
department
them.
are the ones
That's
that
a joke going back to the convention. Never mind.
Oh, very good.
No,
very
those are trade. No, those are my trade secrets.
Yeah, I have a few trade secrets that I've been dying to talk about. I'm like, no, look, I'm fortunate. I love my job. Right now, I am a little tired because now they're assigning me to different locations again. I'm like, I'm getting older, man. But I have a great job. I love my job.
Do they pay you mileage?
Will serve. So anyway, lots of things are good right now. Okay, Almighty, just because you haven't been on the program enough, I answer every question. But when I pull shit like that, like I just did to that question, let's just say I don't want to answer the question.
I don't expect you to. I'm just putting you on the spot. That's all I'm doing.
Oh,
it's just fun on our end to see you squirm.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not going to answer. I mean, just like if you ask me a certain questions, I'd be this, say, oh yeah, in football news today. So
But I remember when all the stupid stuff was going down, and people were leery of what was going on, and they were like, "Well, you know where all the dead bodies are." And I was like, "Warm bodies," and I put them there. It was funny because they're like, well, you know where the skeletons are? Nope. Warm bodies, baby. And I put them there. So it was fun. But now that stuff's already been, it's over and done with. It's funny. It's just one guy made it personal. And I understand he's retiring now. Didn't get that last promotion.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Oh, man.
Oh no, dude! This is ugly, dude. But
anyways, I do have to go, guys.
Yeah,
we
gotta go, guys.
My shirt
all
is
fun, and this is all make believe, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys on the other side. Anyway, thanks, Big Dog.
Later.
Almighty, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to you about setting up the authority again on StreamYard, which I had to reset, and I apologize. But beyond that,
that's fine. I mean, I'm just sorry I didn't get back with you so I could figure. Anyway, it was my fault that show did not go on.
Nah, you're good. And you know what? I think we all probably needed a day off anyway, which was really cool. But beyond that, Almighty, this was fun again. I love doing the professionals. It's so rare when we get a chance to do this. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm stunned at the numbers as to how many people stayed with us throughout the whole program, coming in and out, leaving comments. My brother, thank you for this. Also, Ross, thank you for the comments. There were several others. Oh, Tony. I think Tony's asleep. Poor guy, because he's out in Detroit. He's actually not far from you. But everyone else, folks, Gridiron Girl.
It's 12:38 there.
Yeah.
I don't think they're in this, unless they're in. Are they in the Central Zone? I can't remember. They might be in. I don't know. I can't remember.
Aren't they almost the same zone that you're in?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
Because
that's right. It does kind of curve a little bit and do its stuff.
Yeah, but I think Detroit. I think Detroit is still, if you from Ohio. I mean, if you're top of Ohio and you go all the way up 75, I still think it's there. I don't think it's over Indiana.
It should, but sometimes they
But anyway, it doesn't matter. It'd still be 11 some 38 over there, so it's still late.
Yeah, it is. It's still late. But this was fun, folks. And I meant to tell my brother about the Jamaican bobsled team. They are soliciting help. They need money to get to the Olympics. And I'm not kidding. So my brother said he went to Pomona in the 60s was being sold, but in 3 different sections. Oh, in a gun show, huh? Way to go, Lewis. But beyond that, it's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, all kidding aside, we're just here spending time, having a wonderful conversation. We thank you for joining us. And it's all good in the hood. I'm good, man. Almighty again. This was fun. Thank you.
I liked it.
I did too, man.
Well, I think that this show, we can get into a little more detail of the stories we're at. Right now, where we're at with the sports talk is that, we're busy making all our picks and we don't really get to all the top. I don't know if you guys had time to talk about Madden or not on the last show.
We did.
And I mean, because, that was a major shock and everybody. I mean, I played Madden when it came out on the Genesis.
I would ask you to watch from 30 minutes in to about an hour and 15 minutes. We spoke of Madden and we spoke of the instructor from Texas that there's something you may want to look into.
Well, I will. I'll go back.
But we did talk about him.
But I thought you did, but
yeah. And as we were ending the program,
I mean,
we also had that one too.
Man, that was amazing how many people were dropping. Yeah. I mean, not besides those two. I mean, I guess, we could have brought up Betty White.
I did on Saturday.
I thought you would because, you don't really, if it's somebody like an actor, you don't care if it's sports related. I mean, everybody knows who Betty White is, of course, and that came unexpected too. In a way, I'm going to say this, it's going to sound funny. It doesn't surprise me because everybody was starting to celebrate her 100th birthday.
It was like January 17th or something.
But I keep thinking, it was like one of those dark thoughts you get. Well, what if she dies before then? Because they're getting ahead of themselves. And it happened. And it's sad because they're still going to have that celebration on TV about whatever. Yeah. And they should. But it's so amazing how close she got. And it was, I guess they always go in 3. So there's your 3.
Yeah, we did lose quite a few people. I was really saddened by it. But
I was saddened by all of it. I mean, I remember Dan Reeves and the Orange Crush and all that stuff. It's too bad they couldn't win a Super Bowl without getting blown out. But then again, they beat the Browns all the time in the championship to get there. So, John Elway. Oh my God.
As a Raider fan, Dan Reeves. Oh, broke our heart all the time. Dan Reeves had dangerous teams, and when we spoke of Dan Reeves, he started under Landry from Dallas.
Yeah, he did. Who did he?
Awesome pedigree.
Did he play for Dallas?
He played for
Dallas. He did because he threw a pass in the Ice Bowl.
We did talk about that on what he did, but he was a coach under Tom Landry, and Landry. Wow, what a coach in his day.
But he still played for Dallas. I remember they showed a highlight of him throwing a halfback pass in the Ice Bowl.
Wow. Yeah.
But that makes sense if he played and I guess, if Landry liked him, he'd take him in.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the time, all the time we've been at least I've been following the NFL, and you have all these coaching trees, and it still continues. Because even the ones that are under Belichick, well, he got Bill Parcells. I mean, it's like it's all one big family tree.
Yeah,
and but I like John Madden as an announcer. He was fun to listen to. Him and Pat Summerall are probably the best duel ever. I mean, I like Joe Buck and Romo and Aikman and Nance, but John Madden. The thing is that I miss is that John Madden had his own style that you probably couldn't get away with today because everybody's running in your ear and you can't do what John Madden did to explain the game. And because back then, they'd have their own personality and it would come through. I don't see many people going, boom, boom. They stick right to this script, and it's sad that nobody. I mean, they might speak a certain way, but they don't really stand out. I mean, you
He
know who,
spoke our language.
but I mean, you know who sucks, and you know who's good, but you still don't. I mean, no one has come up with anything to replace the turkey leg or anything like that. But
Oh my God, they showed it, the turducken
yeah,
or whatever.
and
The
it's it just seems like with this new generation, there's just not a personality out. I mean, they've all died off. I'm trying to think of that college announcer that you could go, "Whoa, Nelly," or "Oh," and I can't remember his name. He said,
do you
"Whoa,
know?
Nelly," or "Oh my," and that's completely gone now. I
Do you
can't
mean
remember
Dick
his name.
Enberg?
I think so.
Because when Dick Enberg passed away, that one kind of bummed me too.
Yeah,
That was, I heard him in baseball, golf, football.
yeah,
Dick
but
Enberg could do it all, man.
but
I think it was Oh My Dick
yeah, oh
Enberg. I
my.
think it was.
And one of them said, or him, I think occasionally I heard him pull out a "Oh, Nelly." I mean, you know,
He did the Angels for 1 year. Wow, it was a treat when he did
and
Southern California. It was amazing.
and when those people retired, no one actually took their place. I
You
mean,
know,
I mean, it just seems to me that everything is getting so bland. You know,
well, because you offend everyone. And
yeah,
what
I
we
know.
talked about on
But I mean, but you
Saturday.
still be able to say something humorous without offending somebody. I'm not talking about making some kind of remark. I mean, John Madden wouldn't offend anybody because they'd think the illustrator and boom this and bam that, they'd laugh their ass off. But they'd like it. But I mean, I didn't like Aikman or Romo when they were playing because they would beat us, and I didn't like Terry Bradshaw when he was playing because he was a Steeler. But I still had respect for him, and I like him as an analyst on TV. But I think something's wrong with him. He's starting to. I don't know if it's the speed, but he's kind of stutters over his stuff now. But I don't know because he's trying to get through all these highlights really fast.
My brother talks about, he did a report on the connection from Babe Ruth to Don Mattingly, which there was a player, a big name Yankee, that this guy played with this guy who played with this guy. I remember that, and I got that from my brother. I've told that story. Vince Scully, of course, his replacement. Yeah, it was generally Charlie Steiner or Strasser. I forget which one. He was with
Maybe it was
ESPN.
Scully that did the. Oh my! I could be wrong. I can't remember, but he was a good college commentator.
Like I say, it was. Dick
But I mean,
Enberg was great.
yeah, he was. I mean, I'm not arguing anything. I mean,
Do you know that John Madden, what he did is he highlighted the defensive guys. He highlighted the special teams. He gave it a flavor that others had never done so. And he first did it on paper, then a chalkboard, and then the dry erase, and then eventually the digital. The way he designed the plays, and he was so right all the time. His passion and love for the game, John Madden.
Yeah, I mean, he gave the little guy time. I mean, or people that don't get time. I mean, everybody else would talk about the stars of the team, but he would say, "Well, look at this guy. He's he's doing his block. He's doing his job. He opened this hole for Walter Payton to go through." He'd tell you what was going on. I mean, he would teach you what was going on. And they really don't. One of my pet peeves is when an announcer says they have to punt, because they don't have to punt. And to me, that's like, what if a new guy is watching TV and they do a fake punt? And they're like, I thought they had to punt, but what's he doing? He's throwing a pass. That's my pet peeve. I mean, because you don't have to punt. You're not even forced to punt. You just decide to punt because you can't go you don't want to go do 4th and 7 on your own 20. So, I mean, I guess I feel the same way about it as you do about loophole.
That's funny. I do agree with you on that. Is that, look, they should comment. You leave it to the color commentator for that commentary, not the play-by-play. Play-by-play is exactly that. The color commentator adds the flavor. And I have to admit, Vince Scully and Joe Garagiola, oh my God. They were
Oh,
incredibly entertaining.
yeah.
And the ESPN Sunday night guys, I thought Joe Morgan was a little too full of himself from time to time. I was like, okay, dude, yes, you're a Hall of Famer. Yes, you played second base. And yes, you played big games. But, dude, you hit 271. Shut up. You
Yeah.
don't know the entire game. But when he and his other guy, the one who did radio with him, oh my God, listening to them, oh, it was fun. But there were times when I'm like, yeah, Joe Morgan, no, you got it wrong. But again, he had the credentials of being a Hall of Famer and a champion. So Joe Morgan, he would irritate me to no end. But did he play the game and play it well? Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I
As a
mean,
color commentator and him, I forget who the other guy was. They were fun to watch, and now they're both gone.
yeah, and yeah, it's interesting that we're at the time of our lives where all the people that we grew up watching are dying off, and
And we're never going to
it's
see them again.
and you don't even think about it. I mean, you should, but you're like, oh yeah, but you're like, oh man, I remember him.
I don't know if you were here when I talked about Bob Starr, the radio and television announcer for the Yankee Angels in the 70s and 80s, and maybe even to the 90s. He was biased as he was a great announcer. Well, he was a good announcer, entertaining. I listened to the radio, watched him on TV, but he disliked the Yankees passionately, and I could hear it in his voice. Oh man, so it would irk me to no end. And then he disappeared for a while, and I didn't understand what had happened. And then he came back, and he was much thinner. Everything. Well, it turned out that he had a massive heart attack.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and he was back. And all I know is that when I heard him again, I was like, "Damn it, I missed you, Bob Starr! Damn you, damn you!" And it was wonderful to have him back. And he was a lot lighter when he was back, a lot more tolerant. Had a heart attack, dude. But
They
I
probably
found
told
out.
him to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, all I know is that
You
when he
can't
was
do
back,
this stress stuff anymore.
yeah, I was so happy he was back because he could call a game. And when the Yankees came to town, I didn't feel like he had that same animus towards them or whatever, but I missed him.
Yeah,
And I
but
think he finally did pass away.
but still, when you have a life threatening event,
Wow.
it kind of changes your perspective too. It's like, oh my gosh, I almost died. I'm gonna cool out.
My brother saw Sandy Koufax and Vida Blue. Wow.
Wow.
I met the announcer from the Angels. He now I think he's with Kansas City. Big, tall guy. Oh, he used to be with Rex Hudler. Lewis, do you remember his name? We went to an Angel game. The Angels, they were shitty that year, and they came back to win this game. And we went to the Angels store, and the stadium was almost empty. And he was there with his wife and his two kids, son and daughter. Tom Physiak. Wonderful voice, but motherfucking Amazonian. And his wife is Amazonian. And his two kids, they were probably preteens, and those bastards were taller than I was. But, but it was funny. And I was with my wife and my two daughters, young family, and, Latin family, and these kids. And the kids see us coming, and they're like, and then I'm like, holy crap. I pointed, but, I try to keep it cool. And then they're kind of like, he's going to ask Dad. So they turned to Dad, and they told him something. He turned around, and we were just like stood. And Tom Physiak came right towards us. And I was like, oh. He was like, wasn't it great how the Angels won and whatever? I'm like, Mr. Physiak, yes, it was terribly exciting. Sir, may I ask you for your autograph? He's like, of course. He gave us an autograph on the tickets, and he was just talking up a storm, and I was like, just stunned. But the kids were laughing because they're like, I think someone's going to ask Dad for his autograph. And they were just laughing amongst themselves because they hadn't seen it. But I just couldn't get over it. They're a beautiful family. But Richard, they were all Amazonian. God damn them. The kids were taller than I was, dude. I'm 5'11", man.
Yeah.
What does he say? I think the worst baseball player I met was Gary Carter at Magic Mountain. I saw him, asked him who he was. Just guess. I'm not sure. I saw him, asked him who he was. guess I'm that is a kid and I got out of line. I'm not sure what you mean, Lewis, and I apologize. My brother doesn't type. He talks to Siri to put it in there. Lewis, I hate that bitch. So I apologize. I'm sure you'll probably be able to explain in just a moment. But it's fun. And these stories that you, Big Dog, and I, and even my brother, that we're able to tell of the people we've met and had time with. I tell you, man, most people are incredibly genteel because we're infringing on their time. And it just is amazing when they take those moments. You're strangers, man. They don't owe you anything.
No,
And yet
they don't.
they don't owe us anything. Physiok just blew me away. I'm gonna
I
write
mean,
him a letter one day and say, hey, remember we were that little Latin family after the game when the Angels came back? We're
yeah.
still stunned. And you
But
just tell them, thank you for
some
being
people
cool, man.
they like to do it. They want to take time out for the fans, especially the kids. And some people don't like it. They don't want to be bothered. I mean, there's all kinds of different personalities, and you run across them and you go, he's a dick, but that's just how the way they are. Or
Well,
maybe
Gary Carter. There it is. He said he recognized him and he got his kid out of line and they left because he didn't want to be known. Yeah, okay. Well, Gary Carter was very well known, dude.
Okay. But
I guess, yeah, I get that story now. Wow.
oh, so I mean, this has nothing to do with anything, but
It's all good.
in the 90s when Eddie Murray was playing for the Indians.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
it was the mid 90s, but he would play first base and DH. Well, one year they said, "Look, you're just going to be the DH, so you're going to get a pay cut." And the first baseman got hurt or whatever, and Mike Hargrove asked him to go play first, and he says, "No, I'm just getting paid to be the DH," and he didn't go in.
Hey,
I thought that was funny. I mean, it's like,
hell yeah.
I mean, if you cut his pay, and I mean, I don't know how some players might have went in, but he was like, "No, man, you're just paying me to be DH. I'm going to stay right here."
He was one of the best switch hitters of our day, man.
Oh, he helped us out. Oh, yeah, he could still help us out with playing DH. I mean, my goodness.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, he was part of that lineup that no one could hardly strike out, but still.
Oh, my God, yeah. Eddie Murray, I heard the game on radio against the Angels. He just lit them up one day. And I've talked about it. No one has ever hit the home run cycle. And Eddie Murray was the closest one ever. He hit a grand slam, a 3-run blast, and he hit a solo home run. And in the 7th inning, he came up with a runner on. And the announcer, the stadium, everyone was talking about it. And I saw it after he hit a fly ball about 3 feet short of the center field fence. So it's like, dude, he was dialed in. In the 9th inning, he came up again with one runner on, dude. I mean, this is it, dude. Luis Sanchez, the pitcher for the Angels, walked him. Mother.
Oh, man.
I lost all respect for that pussy, Luis Sanchez.
Oh, man.
Dude, no one has ever done. Dude, if I'm pitching and if I can throw 90-some, you know what I'm doing? I'm like, okay, bastard.
Oh, my. Isn't there an unwritten rule that you let the guy try to do something?
Oh, my God. To this day, and Bob Starr was like, yeah, he's not going to give him anything to hit. And it was in 1983, I remember that year. I was listening to the game. And Luis Sanchez, what a dumb bastard. To this day, I was like, dude, you try to strike him out. That's the way you do it. But they weren't. The game was a blowout already, but it sucked. You gotta
let him try. Oh man, that's like, yeah, you're like, it was pussification. And
yeah, it worked before it was. Oh my God, yes.
But I'm just saying, I mean, there are unwritten rules. I mean, if a pitcher is having a no-hitter late in the game, you're not supposed to bunt. You're supposed to swing.
Which I am 100%. I'm a pitcher, but I'm 100% against that. But yes, it is that rule. It's
Well, I'm
like,
just saying it's one of those unwritten
unwritten.
things
Yeah.
because you want
You want to get a hit. You want to
I
do it the
know.
man's way. You want to break it up by getting
Yeah,
a hit,
but
not this
I
T-ball
mean,
stuff.
yeah, but I remember it happened in one game and everybody was all on him for like, oh man, what are you doing? That's not, you got to be a man and take your strikeout, you know,
Yeah, or get a hit
oh,
the
get a
real
hit.
way.
Yeah, and get a real base hit. Because if
Yeah,
that's the case, so anybody can, I mean, a no hitter could be ended at any time if someone lays it down a great bunt. And then,
almost. Yeah,
and
and it has.
yeah, but when, I mean, I'm just saying we grew up at a time where there were these unwritten rules to how you played this game. I mean, there's the rule book, and then there's these side unwritten rules that okay, in this situation, this is what you do. You don't puss out. So
That's what it
yeah,
was. You don't push out. As I've told everyone, the unwritten rules are: don't make me look bad. Don't show me up. That's all it is. Don't show me up. Like, look, if you're kicking my ass 9-1, why the hell are you stealing second base? Okay, you're
yeah,
already kicking my ass. Whether I agree with it or not, when you understand the unwritten rules, you get it. I
yeah,
remember when Tracy, the manager of the Dodgers, eventually went to the Pirates. He was blowing up over the pitcher going over the mound or the runner going over the mound. I'm like, shut up! You're just making shit up now.
yeah,
And they do, and they say, "Well, it's a part of the unwritten rules." No, because I played the game and that wasn't there. You don't look. Don't make me look bad. I won't make you look bad. That's all it is. It's just respect for the game. Don't be a dick. That's what it comes down to.
yeah,
I told you the story when Dream, we were playing against him in an awesome game. They were kicking our ass, just lighting us up, running the bases. They scored like 30 runs in an inning. And you know what? They weren't. They were high fiving, but they weren't being dicks about it. They were
right, right,
congratulating each other. So they went cold, and we got a being a bang, and we had a few big innings, and we were getting in, and we eventually overtook them. And my kids on my side, dude, it was like it was their career year, and they started, yeah, I am like, shut up, shut up, shut up.
yeah,
And they're like, they were like, what? I said, number one, when they were kicking our ass, they didn't do that to us. And I told them that. I said, hey, be cool. Because they were lighting us up and they weren't assholes to us. Let's not be assholes to them. Let's be good about it. And that was one of the things I taught them. I said, look, be good about it, man. They were cool to us. Be cool to them. Because you don't want to piss them off, Almighty. You don't want to give them reason to get back in the game. Because sure enough,
yeah,
we got like 7 or 8 runs, but these guys scored like 40, man. Well, we scored 47.
right.
But you don't give them reason to get back in the game. And we held on to win, like by 2 or 3 runs, dude.
Because you hate that when you get a lead and you're keeping your cool, and then when the other person comes back and takes this big lead, they're like, yelling all over the place and making sure other people know that you're getting your ass kicked. It's like, whoa, I didn't do that to you. Why? What calm down. I mean, they act like they're beating a professional. I mean, but I played people like that. They get this big lead against me, and it's like, look, I'm up this, and it's like, everybody, there's people that can hear them, and it's like, whatever, dude.
Exactly.
But I didn't do that. I mean,
nor did I.
Maybe the next time if I played the same person, if I got a big lead, I might. But I was trying. Sportsmanship. That's
number one is sportsmanship. It's respect for the game, and you know what? Let's scoreboard. Scoreboard is the equalizer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You talking shit? Scoreboard. That's just scoreboard. Yeah. Oh, that was a big thing in the 90s, and I remember that. And that was a lot of fun. My brother says, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay. That was the one earlier about taking him out of line. Yeah. Dude, you just play the game to win. You play it as best you can. You get beat. You know what? Hey, you don't have to shake the guy's hand, but, just say, hey, good game. Get you on the other side.
Yeah, you always do that. But
no one got hurt. You had a good time. Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah. And
whoa, actually, Almighty, I apologize. You know what? I just got a little lightheaded, dude. Got a little tired. I think I have to go eat myself. Not diabetic or anything, but you know what? I just realized I am a tad tired.
Well, we can do this another time.
You held out, man. You held out greater than the big dog and even greater than scorekeeper.
What?
You are, dude, you're not done. Big dog bailed, and I'm going to bail.
Oh, well, we
I
were,
think we got tired. I apologize.
well, because we started talking again instead of going through this stuff, but we can do this another time.
Dude, we're having a great time.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to end, but just right now, I was like, "Whoa!"
Well,
I got a little
you
dizzy.
said you said you were hungry earlier. So I mean, when Big Dog said it, you said you were hungry too. So it
Yeah.
makes sense. It makes sense. But we can always get this information done later.
Yeah.
Maybe there's maybe next Saturday when we're on, we could just stay after the show and do it then or whatever.
That'll be good. I think we can just do it this week. I'm actually already getting busy, so I think Saturday would be great. I need about 5 minutes to reset it for all of you, and that would be great. Because
Right.
I already have my first appointment on Wednesday. I have another one on Friday and another one on Saturday. I already have 3 appointments, man. So,
Right. Yeah,
already
that's
gonna-
fine. That is
Yeah.
fine. I get it. I mean, it's starting to get late on the West Coast, I think.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that, folks? That was, you kids. Yeah, it's getting late. My brother's still with us. Hey, what about me? Can I get on the conversation? Lewis! That's bull. Oh! Oh my God. Lewis, I've been begging you forever to join us. Look.
Yeah, I know. And then he pulls
Yeah,
that.
dude. Yeah,
pull-
you
he
can
pulls
always
that.
get into the conversation. So I'll talk about it. My brother and I were going to go to the Behringer Crater in January. I don't know if we're still on, so I'm going to have to talk to him about that anyway. But I'm still looking forward to heading out there. But for everyone else, folks, I apologize. We did 4 hours. This was fun, and it went by like this.
Yeah, and you only scheduled like an hour.
Yeah,
Then
and
you-
so much
but-
so
and
that
then-
I canceled the other program.
Yeah, because I mean, even though you were going to do an hour here, you were going to turn around and do the other program. So you were planning a big night anyway. Well, I don't know how
Yeah.
long Monday night in America
About
lasts.
an hour. I was actually
Yeah.
looking at about 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, but
But I deliberately scheduled Monday Night America at 7:30. I wanted to do 45 minutes, at most to an hour, on this because I knew it's late for you guys, and I didn't know who else was going to come in from the East Coast. So I was, trying to respect your time as well. And,
I'm fine. I mean, I think you even scheduled a show one time, 11 o'clock my time, and I think it was the last professionals. Yeah, because you wanted to be on when the strike, the lockout happened. If it did.
And oh my God, we ran on that one too.
Yeah,
That's
we did.
what he
Because,
did.
It was like, okay, it's getting there, we're getting close. Then after that, we're going to leave, and then we kept talking about the lock, and we still kept going because of all stuff that's going to be canceled and blah blah blah. And it was a good conversation between the three of us. So
It was. It really was.
I mean, we were, But anyway, I just thought I'd drop in. I said, well, I can do that. I mean, I don't care. And we did.
I thank you, Almighty. This was fun, dude. It was great. Big Dog and I have been doing this forever, but having you join us regularly, your opinion, your commentary is much appreciated.
No, thank you.
And,
I try to hold my own.
Oh, hell yeah, you do. Yeah.
But
when you're not on, we miss you, dude. We do.
Well, thank you. I miss doing the show when I really can't make it. And there are things that we should talk about, and we don't have time right now. But
oh yeah.
But I there's one thing I keep forgetting to ask you, and it's because, well, just to prepare you real quick, it's about what do you think about Major League Baseball testing, doing the putting that red barrier around the plate to call strikes and balls. They're testing it out. I think they're testing it out in a AAA place,
the Atlantic League, I believe.
And I saw that, and I'm thinking, oh no, I don't like. But I mean, we don't want to talk about it now. But I thought, that is something that Roger would probably want to discuss because it affects baseball, and to me, that's cheating because that might take because pitchers get. If a pitcher can't get away of getting an inch off the corner anymore, it takes away from the strategy. Yeah. I mean, you're a pitcher, I can make it look like a strike. I just got to get it close to that corner where he can't reach it. But the umpire will call it a strike because it looks like a strike. I mean, you're a pitcher, but it just takes away from a pitcher's arsenal because
The more consistent you are, the more pitches you get. It's a fact.
yeah, but pitchers know how to play that plate,
And
if
you also play good to the ump.
Yeah.
I think I told you when I was at first base, I used to get so many damn calls. When I played the semi-pro ball here in LA, all the players were dicks. All of them. Sorry, boys. They were assholes. I'm the only guy that was like, hey, what up, man? I talked to everyone. I just had a great time with everyone. And I was just nicer. And I realized right away, I'm like, the runner would get back and we apply the tag. It was a good quick slap tag. And I was getting calls. I'm like, okay, that was close. I think we got him, but I got the call. And there were other times when I was like, it was not even close, and I was still getting the call. And I just, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
you play the umps. Did I get calls? Oh, good God, yes.
But when I played football, they always told you, look, you be nice to the refs. You don't and then everybody knows this. I mean, even the pros. I mean, these coaches and players, they try to be nice to the refs so they get the calls in the game. It still goes on today all the way up. But, but from the very beginning, when you start playing school football in junior high, it's like, don't piss off the ref. Just say, yes, sir, hand him the football and go about your business. Because you knew that if you piss off the ump, well, then you're going to be called for anything. And it's people, it's just stuff that people do. I mean, you get taught these things that how, you don't go. Unfortunately, parents don't know that rule, but
there's a way to share or show your displeasure with an ump. And that's it. You let them know that you didn't agree with the call. And that's it. And usually in baseball, it's something like this. When there's a pitch that you think is a strike, they call a ball. It's like, come on, ump. You let them know. It's like, come on, tighten up your calls. But that's it. You're just saying, come on, ump. And it's obvious I'm saying, you got it wrong. But I'm just saying, come on, come on.
Yeah, but you're doing it in a way where you're not being disrespectful. They know what you mean too, but you're not in front of all these people calling them an asshole or a fuck up.
And one time I did.
Oh,
I told you the story that I blew up, right? The one and only time I blew up.
Yeah, you.
That was funny. And I didn't get kicked out of the game.
Yeah, you said that was the major point. That I did that, but still, I was not kicked out of the game.
It was funny because when the ump walked away, and I'm like, because he said, and that's where I came up with the line. He says, "Dude, had you continued on, I was going to bang you out of the game." Well, I know because it wasn't a nice neighborhood. I knew the ump carried it like a 9mm or something. I'm like, bang them out of the game. What the hell was that? So I was kind of confused, but I'm like, he was walking away, and he was actually a fair ump to me. I got a lot of calls from him. I never said it, but I snapped that one day, dude. I just snapped. So when he was walking away, I'm like, shit, what did I need to call him to get kicked out? I called him a cocksucker, didn't I? They're like, yeah, you did. Everyone on the team was bombing up each other. Yeah, you did. I called him a sea sucker, dude.
Jeez.
And I didn't get kicked out of the game.
Man, that
he was Latin, he may not have known what I was telling him.
But still, I mean, wow. I mean,
yes, but still.
That's worse than the F-bomb.
Yes, it's an automatic. You tell that to an ump, you're gone. And I figured I was going to finally get kicked out of it. I've never been kicked out of a game. And I'd had it. The ump blew that call. Roly-poly jumped over me. I did a Superman over the bag, and the runner jumps over. Safe! I lost my mind. And I pulled out every one-liner I had. I got an extra pair of glasses in my car, you dumbass. I questioned his lineage. I already told you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I got away with shit. I think he was just like, I'd been playing the league for 3 years, and he's like, he fucking talks. I think that's what the umpire was like. He was just stunned that I was animated.
He was like, hey, I found a way to make him talk.
Well, I think he finally realized, he's like, "Holy shit, I may have gotten this one wrong," but you can never change a call
No,
in
and you
those
still
leagues
can't.
because you're
You can't.
done.
But
You're
you still can't
done.
go that crazy about it either. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, I did. I figured I was gonna get kicked out, and I didn't get kicked out. So, but
Yeah.
what was so funny was at the end when I was like, what didn't I call him? I called him a sea sucker, and seen everyone on the bench like, yeah, you did. It was a bunch of ducks bobbing their heads up and down.
yeah,
Oh my
I guess
God.
you would have been the hero of the day since you didn't get kicked out.
Well, we won the game.
Oh, then I guess that would help too.
We did, because I lucked out because the guy at first base. Oh, and he tells me when I was safe, and I was like, "You still haven't touched the base, you fat ass!" I told him. He rolling
man.
pony. I thought he was gonna crush me when he jumped over me. I did a Superman slide in the first. It was hilarious.
Oh,
And
okay.
So the next guy that came up, fortunately, bink, popped it up. But I was still pissed because I was playing first and I was playing far off. And this guy, this lefty, just jammed it up my alley. I dove, short hopped it, made a play, and I'm getting up. And Leo has even gotten off the mound. You son of a, you
He
lazy
left you
bastard.
hanging? Oh.
Yeah, so, but I look at the runner, I'm like, oh, I got this fucker. No problem.
But he also, the runner wasn't that fast where you could just get to the base
No.
before he did.
But then he started to get his head of steam, and I'm like, whoa, okay.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I did what I did the Superman, where I reached out with my glove to get the bag, and I'm flying through the air to get to first base. And I slide over the bag. I'm hugging the bag. The guy jumps over me. Safe!
Did he touch the bag?
No. And then the dumb bastards who I was safe. And I told him, you still haven't touched the bag. But
See,
oh,
yeah, I mean,
it
if
was-
anything, he would have stepped on you, right?
Yes, that's why I was like, oh, when I'm
my.
sliding, I'm like, ah!
Wow.
It was just one of those moments. It was a great play.
Yeah,
But-
but still, it's like, wait a minute, I'm on the whole bag. I mean, if he
Yes, that's what I mean.
I'd have spikes in the back on my back bleeding if he would touch that
almost,
bag.
man.
Oh
Almost.
man,
But he
that
jumped
stuff
over
happens.
me.
It's one of those. Well, it's like a story you tell. That's like, okay, this is what happened. It's kind of funny, but it pissed me off.
It did. But I was stunned that I didn't get kicked out of the game. And I'll have to tell the story on the next program, folks, of when I stole home. So
Whose home was it?
that story will be told on Saturday. I rarely tell that story, but I had a chance to do it. And the only reason why I stole home, and in that game, was because the ump was cool. He was a good guy. It was a shitty August hot Sunday. It's about 100 degrees. It was miserable. But it's a fun story. I might even have to act it out a little bit. But folks, I stole home. And we'll leave it at that. I do. I have to go. Almighty, this has been bitching. This has been a lot of fun. And everyone who's joined us, thanks, folks. I am getting a little tired. I'm gonna go see what I can find right now.
You were supposed to go 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
it's pretty.
and 10,
I mean, keep
20,
talking,
30.
so we could have actually done this real quick. But we started.
I know. I apologize.
But, hey, no, it's just that we start. You know how it goes. You start talking to somebody and all kinds of crap. You know, you go, wait a minute, remember this, and then or you say something else, and you go on another tangent, and that's what buds do.
Yes. Now even my brother's like, okay, yeah, guys, I'll see.
Yeah.
Thanks, like, Lewis. We are out of here, folks. All kidding aside, he's almighty. I'm scorekeeper. Match made in heaven. We'll see you guys on the other side. Peace.
Have a good week, people.